Alright, hello everybody. I should be back. I'm just going to take a quick second for proof of life. Now, for some reason, the game isn't on the screen. Let's see if we can... Yeah, there we go. Okay, so hopefully all of you can see the game now. I'm a little worried about the bitrate that I'm seeing on here. So I'm just going to take a quick second and refresh. Okay, that's looking good. So if I can just get a verification that somebody can hear me here. I won't bother relitigating too much of the previous chat, but I do just want to make sure that I have a rough idea of where we are. And right now it's saying that there's nobody watching the stream, but I think that's an accounting problem. I don't actually think that the stream is that dead. Yeah, if I could just get a verification from someone that they can hear these words. What I will do here is I will read the wall entry and then we'll carry on. The wall. Why does a wall separate? Thank you. An advertising for Starfield, another game with so much expectation. I think Starfield is going to... So the thing is that Starfield didn't start off... I think there's a difference in terms of the Starfield marketing campaign compared to the Cyberpunk one. And I also feel that Starfield has... I feel in this context, Microsoft is quite aware of the perception of the sort of the Xbox as a gaming platform and Game Pass as sort of a value proposition. I think they are quite conscious of what they are up against. And I think they are quite willing to give but I mean, like, obviously it's already been delayed, but I feel that if it was in a position where it would not deliver, I have a feeling that they would be willing to give it more time, even though that would prove to be very costly for them. And I think it's just because Starfield is such a tentpole for the platform that, and any other choice would be... I kind of feel like it would essentially be Microsoft sort of saying that, you know what, we made a big bet on gaming and it just didn't work out. Now, again, there's a lot of things that can go wrong, right? You can have the best intentions and still make a game that's not, that doesn't deliver the goods. But I feel that, I don't know. I do feel that Bethesda has some experience. Like, so compare that to something like Redfall. And I feel like Bethesda has quite a bit of experience making this kind of game. I feel that it's something that they are clearly quite excited about. And I have a feeling that if, you've been working on, various iterations of two franchises for, your whole career, that a chance to sort of work on something new is very invigorating. So I'm kind of optimistic about its future. But again, you never know. Like I said, you can have the best intentions and still not make a good game. But I'm hoping. I am both hoping and I am hopeful that the game will live up to the expectations. But we'll see. The wall. Why does a wall separate South California from its northern sibling? And USA officials will tell you it's about ensuring freedom and safety. After all, the first things that come to people's minds when they hear North California are shifty nomad families, illegal immigrants, and violent criminals of every stripe. They'll say the wall is necessary for customs officers to prevent smuggling, and we're not just talking drugs. Markets on the rise for trafficking include illegal cyberware assembled in old hangars, biotech equipment, and precious items from orbital stations and lunar colonies. And I understand that. I can even understand when you cross the border, you willingly waive your right to privacy, from having your face scanned and registered to your car being tracked by heavily armed drones that transmit your real-time coordinates to a rapid response defense system in orbit, all on the off chance that you are in fact a terrorist. For the split second that you go through the security gates, Militech, or whoever won the bid to secure the wall, won't allow you to forget that you're in a potential war zone. And that's exactly what the wall is, a reminder. A reminder of how fragile peace and the independence of our city is. As a night citizen, I see the wall relatively frequently. Thanks to that concrete monstrosity, there's really no other way to describe it. I always bear the cost of peace in mind. Is that good? Bad? You decide for yourselves. I hope you have enough writers for every planet. Well, when I think of... Like, one of my favorite game stories is an old game called Starflight, and I've never actually played Starflight all the way through. I'm just aware of how the story ends. And that was actually a game, that's one of the early examples of procedurally generation. It was in fact an inspiration for the Dwarf Fortress creators, in the sense that it had sort of procedurally generated creatures. And that game effectively told what I think is a very good story. Did so through procedurally generated planets, but it didn't need for there to be like a full extended narrative on every planet. What you would do is you'd sort of find these fragments of the story as you went about your adventures. And so I feel that there may be some potential for Starfield if they tell a story along those lines. But the thing is that there's very obviously new things that they are trying to do. And that's actually quite exciting in my view. But like none of us really knows how this idea of variety is going to kind of be done. Like it could be that it winds up being this crashing disappointment in terms of in terms of just giving us like a million like dead worlds. So I'd almost call this like the Daggerfall approach to space. Or it could give us a world where we sort of feel like there's a lot of potential around every corner. Even if there isn't sort of an individual writer sort of going to each individual planet and coming up with a story.
What about the ride? You gonna fence it?
Well, I have to sooner or later. Know a guy in Sacramento, a collector? He'll set me up for life. Oh, but for now, I'm taking her with me. Spruce her up a little more.
Wouldn't stick around too long if I were you. 6th Street are gonna be searching high and low for this beauty.
I'm leaving town today. It's like Uncle Estevez always said. If you gotta choose between your ride and saving someone else's ass, always choose the ride. At least you know that a ride's never gonna betray you. People, on the other hand.
Excellent. The car has reached its owner. Now the money will reach you. Good deeds are always repaid in kind. Closing the contract. Until next time.
So not enough to get another vehicle, but that's fine. There's other stuff I can do. Streets have their eyes on you, V. I have new clients and contracts for you. Keep up the work. I noticed he didn't say good work. All right. I'm going to take a quick second here to go through my inventory to see if there's anything new and fancy to work with. Nope. Although apparently I can mod the machine gun. Okay. Still not an upgrade. What's close? Oh, interesting. I'm going to leave these aside, but we've got a gig nearby. Like a fifth of a kilometer away, but I can't. It's not a straight line, so it may not be faster to walk. I don't feel like a kilometer's really far. Like I've done, there's not now because it's really hot, but it's not unusual for me to walk 10 kilometers in a day. So the big evil wants to conquer the galaxy arm, and you must. I don't know. We'll see. Like again, I don't. I'm hoping we've all learned the lesson now, right? That we evaluate games on what they are, not what we have in mind for them. So like I said, I was quite skeptical of.
A client wishes to free another man of his earthly possessions. More specifically, need you to swipe Kerry Urdine's guitar. The job is simple, the reward high. More until touched.
I wonder if Johnny's going to have some opinions on this. Yeah, I was skeptical about Cyberpunk, but I didn't want it to be bad. I feel like okay, so what's the worst that happens, right? Like, if we have no interest in a game and it's like good, then essentially all that happens is all that happens is that we have another option that we can ignore, and that's not a particular hardship for me. And you seem very invested in some of these gaming practices, like, so when you say early access, 4 versions, up from $120 upwards, there's been an increase in terms of game prices, right? So for Canadians, it's gone from $79.99 to $89.99, and I guess for for Americans, I guess it's like $50 to $59.99, like $69.99 or something like that. I've written about games and inflation a lot. Like this is one where I feel like I've written probably about 3 or 4 different articles that have dealt with this and have tried to measure this in varying ways. I think in real terms, like even with the price increases we're experiencing right now, I do still think that we're getting more in terms of gaming than before. And the reason I can say that is that the thing to remember is that, yes, we can look at nominal prices going up. And this is like one of the few times we can objectively say, yes, the nominal price of a AAA game is higher than it was prior to 2021, let's say. But the experiences that we are getting, I would argue, are quite a bit larger than what would be implied by that price. Like, I think the one thing that people are not really accounting for here is the quality of games that we're getting in terms of, and I'm not talking about the peripheral stuff like whether or not games have bugs on release. I'm talking about, the overall experiences that we expect for a game are considerably larger than they were even a couple of years ago. So, as a consumer, I obviously want prices to go down, both in real and nominal terms, as much as possible. I am not crazy about, I don't particularly like games that are bothering me a lot for individual microtransactions. However, I will say that there are a couple of games that I enjoy very much, and I don't feel particularly badgered by them. So, for instance, The Division 2, which is, a pretty profitable game for Ubisoft. That's a game that's really making its money by selling people on different chests with different cosmetics and things like that. And yet I've never spent $1 beyond the initial amount that I paid for it. And then I did get the expansion, Warlords of New York. And that's quite standard, right? Like, that's not really any different than somebody buying, I'm just trying to think, like, StarCraft and Brood War. Like, I'm just trying to think of, like, an old example of, like, a base game and an expansion pack. And I feel like StarCraft and Brood War would be an appropriate comparison there. So, I don't know, like, there's definitely a lot of talk about this sort of stuff, but I feel that a lot of the problems are overstated. Like, the idea of there being multiple versions of a game on release, like, this is ultimately different pricing strategies, right? if you want to buy all of the DLC in advance, you can get the deluxe edition. And the big problem with that, of course, is that if you don't like the game very much, you may not value the DLC that much. And so you're putting a certain degree of faith in terms of what the game is going to be like. But of course, you have the outside option of buying the less expensive version. You also have the outside option of not pre-ordering the game. So it's hard for me to see these as particularly consumer unfriendly. I do think there is a problem in terms of the number of bugs that wind up in certain releases. But even then, I do have a certain degree of sympathy for developers in this situation because there's a big problem with the PC platform. Like, I love the PC platform. I play most of my games on a PC. But the thing is that everybody's computer is different. It's why it's a nightmare to try and develop stuff for, like, Linux. Because, like, everybody's got their own, like, custom distribution, which has got this one weird corner case that you need to deal with. And it's an incredibly powerful feature of the platform, right? Like, there's a reason I like PC gaming. I have the ability to take a combination of parts that works very well for me. And this is like the computer that I use for data analysis alongside gaming. So, that versatility also allows me to do more with my machine. So I analyze games on the same machine that I play my games on. And I use it for broadcasting. I used to use it for video editing, but I now kind of have a dedicated machine for that now. And again, this is why people like PC gaming. This is one reason why PC gamers are very attached to their style of gaming. But it comes at a cost, and that cost is that the diversity of options and configurations are also very hard to do quality control for. In the end, there is just, there's only so much bandwidth that people have to be able to work through all of these possibilities. And so, again, as a consumer, I do need to be really clear. Like, I have a certain expectation in terms of quality, in terms of what I pay for. It is actually why the only games I really pre-order are effectively Firaxis games. And even then, I didn't pre-order Midnight Suns because I'm very interested in it. It's actually quite a good game, but I'm not that interested in Marvel stuff, and I didn't quite think the price worked for me. And I feel bad about that because I know the game didn't sell well, and it's actually quite a good game. But when I'm thinking of Firaxis stuff, I tend to think Civilization, which is my big thing. So, and again, that's a choice people make. Obviously, companies kind of need to create a sufficiently, so they need to build goodwill in terms of demonstrating that they're able to deliver on their promises. And number two, they need to demonstrate the value of the pre-order. And as long as they do that, I don't have a problem with people pre-ordering. And if they don't do that, I think the choice is obvious that you don't pre-order. So yeah, it's not that I'm unsympathetic to people's views on these things, but I think it's important. Like, I guess the biggest thing for me here is that I think it's important for us to actually be fair in our criticisms, because if it just winds up being this blanket criticism of like how gaming was at its best in the 90s, let's say, right? You hear this a lot from, actually, okay, I hate to say this, you hear this a lot from the GOG crowd, right? Because they tend to like older games, right? And I sometimes feel it's like, I just wish the world was like it was when I was in my 20s or whatever. Again, I don't know how old these people are, but it strikes me as something that someone who's older would say. But I guess the biggest thing here is that I want to make sure that I give credit where credit is due, and I want to make sure that I am, that when I make a criticism, it has impact because I have been fair on the other things. Like, if it's just blanket criticism across the line, it's hard to identify what's important. Whereas if you can make a very targeted or very specific, here is a practice that I think needs to go, then I think we're in sort of a safer, kind of safer territory. Yeah, no, I that's fair one for. Although I mean, obviously, not everybody works at minimum wage too. Like, I think the kind of person. So I'll be honest with you. Like, if you're in the sort of the lower quartiles of income, I would actually argue that probably PC gaming is not the most appropriate choice. And like again, I am recognizing the fact that we live in a world where there is a near infinite number of wants and a finite number of resources with which to satisfy those wants, and the distribution of resources is unfair, right? They are not evenly distributed. There are some people who would even say that an even distribution is not a fair distribution. I have absolutely no interest in trying to resolve that problem on this stream here. But like, it's fair to say that there are definitely more wants than the means of satisfying them. But I will also argue that there are a number of affordable ways to participate in games. Mobile gaming, a Nintendo Switch, Xbox Series S, even if you go for something like a PlayStation or a PlayStation 5 or a Series X, this is a considerably more affordable gaming platform than a PC. You can definitely get a low-end PC for sort of around those ends, but like in terms of like a performance relative to cost, it seems to me like a specialized console is one of the most affordable ways of gaming. Now the drawback is if you're someone like me who really likes strategy games, you are vastly constraining your options here. It's gotten better. There's some 40K games that are available for console. The Civilization series is now more or less set. In fact, you can play Civilization on an iPad, which is great. Of course, an iPad's probably going to cost you more than a console, so maybe that's not a good gaming platform. But yeah, like obviously the weird and wonderful like indie strategy stuff that I play tends to be PC dominant. Then again, it's also a lower cost PC, so you can probably get away with like a a laptop that you maybe use for school or something like that. So yeah, I don't want to be unsympathetic to the idea of a lack of increases in terms of minimum wage and all of that, but I do somewhat question whether or not the majority of PC gamers are people who are working minimum wage jobs. And if they are, I guess again, I don't want to sound indifferent to the to the fact that we have wants and we're not able to satisfy them. But I do feel that there are more affordable gaming options than PC gaming. Yeah, I like Apple stuff. I'm not that interested in the Apple goggles. Like, I think it's a really impressive technology, and I actually think it's one that is, I can see it being a very good entertainment product. But I remember seeing that demo and thinking like, oh man, like the thing that depressed me the most was that nice serene forest, like with the mountains in the background. I was remembering like how much I miss living in BC. And I was like, is this how I'm going to be experiencing nature now? Like in a small apartment with goggles on my face, virtually experiencing nature? That sounds really depressing. So, I can trade you my Wii U. I've never played a Wii U. All right, there was this band in the 20s, Samurai. Maybe you've heard of them. Talentless bunch of angsty, skezzed out kids who thought they were actually making music. For some reason, people nowadays still listen to them. One more reason why this world's going to shit and the end times are near. I'll cut to the chase. My client wants to get his hands on Kerry Eurodyne's guitar, one of the members of Samurai. Weird gig, I know, but the Eddies are legit, and that's all that matters. I tracked down the guitar. It's owned by one Gaston Slayton. Guy's obsessed with Samurai and is a collector of the band's memorabilia. Getting into the building shouldn't be a problem. You'll have access to the elevator. Only thing is, Slayton's unit will probably be tightly secured. Eurodyne's guitar is his prized possession. Drop me a line when it's done.
Hey, what's all the racket upstairs? I passed by a second ago, eardrums almost burst. What, some kind of party?
He wishes. That's Slayton's unit. Guy's obsessed with just one shitty band. Like, plays it non-stop, full blast. I mean, even when he isn't here. You know what's the worst, though? When he comes down and starts babbling on about them. Silverhand this, Eurodyne that. For hours on end. Literally. I'm telling you, this guy's got a problem. He knows the lyrics to every song, every release date of every album, every concert. Unbelievable. I can't wait for the day he drops dead.
Hello, Takri. How are you doing? Pampered nature Canadian that lives with wolves and moose right now to be sad about fake news. The place I live, actually, it's really interesting. In BC, because it's so mountainous, things are pretty tightly packed. So it's very weird to live in a municipality where, like, okay, so actually, it's different municipalities that I'm thinking of. Like, basically, there's the city that I live in. What is this? Surveillance camera. Actually, you know what? We can probably... So one of the weirdest things for me is, like, I'm used to... So I lived in this place called New Westminster. And that would probably count as being in the greater Vancouver area. So, like, I had this... like, I had... I could catch, like, the SkyTrains monorail to, you know, to downtown Vancouver. And sort of through it, I would go through a few other municipalities. So there's, like, Burnaby, and there's a few others around the area. So there's, like, Surrey, which would not be on the way. There's Coquitlam. There's, what was another one? I feel like North Vancouver was... So I don't know if these guys are gonna get mad at me showing up. But yeah, it's fair to say, like, the thing is that if I wanted, I could actually walk to all of those places. And it wouldn't necessarily be fun. It would take me a really long time. But it would be hard to say that there was ever really a point where I had, like, extended tracts of nature with, like, nothing there. The closest I would get would be that for a few of those areas there were like large parks. I mean, the parks were really nice, but, like, that's the closest you'd sort of get to sort of these big empty areas. And again, like I said, that's kind of a function of geography. Like, if you've got
Hey! You shouldn't be here.
None of you have a problem with heights, do you? So the thing I'm worried about is cameras. But yeah, so I you know, again, there's sort of surrounding municipalities where I live. And so I was like, okay, I'll see a little bit more of the place. There was this place called, like, I think the Wizard's Tower or something like that. And they sort of, it's a place that's, like, was advertised as selling Magic cards. So I was like, okay, well, I'm not really, like, it's not that I don't like Magic. It's just I don't know anybody to play it with. And if I did, I would want to play Netrunner first. But it's like, you know, if they sell Magic cards, they're probably also going to sell, like, you know, tabletop RPGs and board games and things like that. So I'm like, okay, well, let's try this out and see where it is. And I didn't even really look at the bus schedule to see, like, how far away it was. And I think actually the first time I tried walking, and I just sort of realized as I was walking, I was in this, like, massive remote area where it's just sort of like, yeah, there's a paved road, and like I can see buildings in the horizon, and like if I look behind me I can sort of see the buildings in the horizon, but there's like absolutely no infrastructure other than like power lines and paved road. And it was weird because I'm just so not used to living in places like that. And again, because BC is quite mountainous and all of that, it just makes sense to have everything sort of a little bit more tightly packed. There actually used to be a point where I believe all of these municipalities actually used to be like fully independent. And I mean, they all have their own city councils and things like that, I think, but I do believe there has now been some sort of a consolidation of these surrounding areas. But it's weird because, again, you could almost imagine, I'll speak Cree's language here and say like city skylines. Like you can kind of almost imagine you make like this one little block, this one little city in the middle, and then you have like one road that goes out, you know, maybe let's say in each of the 4 cardinal directions, and then like you make sort of a mini city in each of those other areas. And for me, like I think most people take that for granted because that was a little bit what it was like in the UK. But for me, that's a new thing because where I lived was often very, you know, mountainous and hilly, and I loved the fact that I could see mountains in the background, but also just the fact that you know, there are specific choices you make in terms of how you plan out cities when it requires quite a bit of effort to try and make everything fit. So, anyways, just one of the examples of me living in a very small world and not appreciating what the rest of the world deals with. Let's go steal ourselves a guitar. By the way, I will say, I've said this before, but I really like the version of Never Fade Away that they do.
Well.
Piss poor acoustics, that place. Lighting came a close second. Grub was the worst. Of course, the chicks made up for that. Best pussy I ever ate.
I'm just trying to make sure that there aren't any
Better look around.
Weird. Don't remember this one.
Must be all that vodka you sponged up over the years.
Let's get one thing straight. I never touched vodka. Bourbon, whiskey, and tequila. That was my crowd. Huh. I'll never forget this. Line was longer than from here to Plymouth Rock. After party lasted 2 nights straight.
And ended in the drunk tank?
There is actually something I really like. Like, obviously, Johnny Silverhand's this legendary character in the Cyberpunk setting. But obviously, the world has gone on, so there is something kind of fun about the idea of this, like... I mean, again, I do need to be clear, legendary figure, but the fact that Johnny actually kind of needs to... Like, the fact that V is not immediately starstruck... The fact that he kind of needs to, I don't know, how do I say it? Like, the fact that V is utterly unimpressed with his bragging. You have some Netrunner cards somewhere laying around, played every CCG in the 90s. Best artwork was Xenophile. Funny you should mention Xenophile. No, I was actually thinking of Android Netrunner, the Fantasy Flight one, which I think is a modern... Like, they changed the setting from Cyberpunk to their Android setting. But yeah, I know the one you're talking about. I think Richard Garfield did it, did the original Netrunner, and it was never... I don't think it ever became that... I think, like, Magic just kind of eclipsed it, so I don't know if they ever really supported it, but... Good game. Fanfiction, an omelet of passion. Hey y'all, got a little story I hope you like. I wrote it after I watched the final Samurai concert and I just could not resist sharing anymore. Jory forever. Johnny was sitting on a windowsill, sipping hot cocoa and gazing out as the sun was beginning to go down. He loved this time of day because the red in the sky made him think about the bomb that would bring down the Corpo system and because it reminded him of how fleeting life is. Then all of a sudden the smell of bacon snapped him out of his deep thoughts. He threw his mug and swore because it was definitely that bitch Alt who was trying to impress him with breakfast again. Johnny flipped back his oil black hair and groaned. He thought, this stupid girl won't leave me alone. Even though he was brooding and clenching his square jaw in anger, he still put on his dog tags and a little makeup to go downstairs for breakfast. But then when he got to the kitchen, he was stunned. It wasn't Alt. It was Carrie Eurodyne. "What are you doing here?" he asked in total shock, and wiped a lock of thick black hair from his eyes. Carrie stood there with a frying pan in his hand with a surprised look at Johnny's outburst. "I'm making you eggs," he said, and his face turned bright red like a pepperoni. Then a second later, the two rocker studs both noticed the smoky smell of burning bacon. Carrie's deep brown eyes turned to the nano burner, and he tried to turn it off. But then he accidentally turned it up even higher, and the whole nano stove burst into flames. "Wow," Johnny calmly thought, looking at his chum, panicking and trying to put out the fire. "How is this klutzy gonk even in my band?" But before he could make fun of him or laugh at anything, Johnny heard a loud crash, and a mysterious figure landed really close to him. It was Toshiro, the infamous Arasaka Corpo thug. "It's over for you, Silverhand," said the Japanese agent with an evil smile, and then he fired at the silver-armed legend. No, Johnny thought to himself. It can't end this way. There are still corpses I have to destroy. I have so much left to do. I have to tell Carrie I love him. Yes, it was when he was spitting up blood on the floor and flexing his sweaty biceps and abs in pain that the raven-haired rocker boy realized he loved Carrie, even if he was terrible at making breakfast. But there wasn't any more time to tell him how he felt. He couldn't move or talk, the pain was so bad. And then, darkness. But then, with the last of his strength, he saw Carrie kneel down next to him and slit his wrist with a steak knife. "What are you doing?" Johnny asked in horrible pain. "Shut up and drink, you leadhead. I'm saving your ass. I'm half demon, half angel, and my blood holds the power of eternal life. I already killed Toshiro with a single strike of my other demon power that I always use to crush Corpo scum." "You crazy son of a bitch, Eurodyne," he said, half-conscious as he tasted the metallic taste of blood, and looked deeply into Carrie's almond eyes. "Carrie, listen. I love you. Cough. You damn fool." Then Johnny passed out, and a sweaty lock of jet-black hair fell across his face. "I know," Carrie said, and smiled with a tear in his eye. And because he felt the same way, he put his lips on Johnny's and kissed him warmly and softly, the tear falling on his cheek. Then he smiled, breathed deeply, and slowly whispered in Johnny's ear, "And now we'll always be together." Less than 3, less than 3, less than 3. Lily Silverhand, 2021. So I've said it, I think I was about to say I've said this before, but I don't think I ever actually got around to saying it. I really like the version of Never Fade Away that they've put into the game, because I think I've read the lyrics in a tabletop book before.
Well, of course.
Well, I have to appreciate the man's taste in both music and liquor. But what I don't get, why the fixation on Carrie?
Auction, Mia Green, Gaston, Slayton. Hey boys, we have another auction coming up next week. There'll be a bunch of samurai stuff. A ticket for a 2007 concert in Westbrook, 2 t-shirts from 2008, unused, Denny's hi-hat, regulars get special discounts. Don't miss it. Single, Gaston Slayton to Dino Dinovic. Hey Dino, what do you think of our single? I think Ronin's got a future. If you ask me, this song's got that same edge that Samurai's early songs had. The city needs musicians, bands like these to shake things up, literally. Let me know, Gaston. Notes from Gaston Slayton to Jenny Mayweather. Hey, I gave that track another listen and still just isn't there yet. Listen to those samurai tracks I sent you again, specifically the gig in the subway. Can you feel the raw energy, the bass pounding, rocking the foundations, and the edge in that voice? Now that is punk. Either we play that or we play nothing. Gaston. Medicine Lottery. Attention, Mega Medicine Lottery. Buy 2 tickets and get the third for free. Less than 3, less than 3, less than 3. Thousands of prizes are still available. Drugs, reanimators, primary care appointments, surgery vouchers, blood screens, cyberpsychosis vaccines, Ripper Doc referrals, and our grand prize, a 1-year Trauma Team premium package. Hurry while supplies last. Your neighbors already have their tickets. Buy yours now. Less than 3, less than 3, less than 3. But yeah, again, I'd read the lyrics to Never Fade Away. I never really imagined what it sounds like, but I actually think they did a really good job with the one that's in the game. Okay. So I can get the 55. Okay, BD, E9, BD, FF. Okay. We're good. I might have messed up, actually. There we go. Alright, IBD FF7. Damn it. So if I do the FF2E9s, well, I can't start with an FF. Urgh! So if I do an FF here, I can't get to an E9. This E9 doesn't get me to my second E9. This can be E9 BD. That doesn't get me to an FF, so that doesn't work. E9 BD. Okay, that's FF, but that doesn't get me to a 7A. Yeah, so all these are traps. I do a 1C. Okay, that doesn't get me to a 7A, so that's useless. Okay, so none of these first moves get me anywhere I want to be. So if I go for a second best, I can get an E9, BD, FF. Okay. I'm going to just take this as a start. So E9, BD, FF, 7. Okay, yeah. I'm sure I could have done that more elegantly, but that was not the easiest one.
Can't have bad luck all the time.
Save you some time. It's none of these.
How do you know?
'Cause say what you will about Carey, but he knew guitars. And these are all hot trash.
I want to see if there's anything else that Mr. Silverhand's gonna comment on.
Oh, now that was a fucking party. Carey got so wasted he vommed in Nancy's guitar case.
Wish I was there to see that.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Oh, I don't have the code. Now, this is something I'd be willing to level up, but I don't actually think I have the points anymore. I've got 2, and I need 4.
Huh. Interesting.
Fuck, Carey's an old geezer now. When was this still taken?
Not long ago. Look, the date, and the guitar we came for.
It's worth a shot.
Look here, the safe room, numeric keypad. Shit, V, it's the date on that still with the guitar.
Oh, come
Our
on.
buddy Slayton would be that gunk.
Well, since he was Carrie's fan, then yeah, damn sure.
That is actually a pretty good line. Now, actually, I was meaning to ask you one for you. You mentioned the Xenophile card game. Out of curiosity, was that designed by James Ernst? Because I seem to recall that there was... Like, so I've been going through a catalog of his old games, and I remember there was a real-time card game that really caught my attention. It's such a fascinating idea. I think it's called Brawl. There was like it was a print-and-play version that I saw, but I think they... Like, there's a novelty for it, sure, but I'm not entirely sure I wanted to pay for a print-and-play version of a real-time card game, especially if I'm having difficulty finding people to play a conventional card game with. But I'm trying to remember who the designer of that one was. And frankly, even what the premise was, other than an adaptation of the comic series. Probably could have drove to the drop-off point. Well, I guess if I have to move up and down, then... Oh, really? I didn't know they were game designers. Sorry, just a quick second. I just realized the time. I wish I knew where the crime was. Oh, right here. If only I could get over the fence.
Oh, hi, it's, Cynthia, Pepe's wife? Remember me?
Yeah, I do.
I don't know what you told him, but thanks. Thank you so much.
I thought about it.
Oh, that's a nice little follow-up.
Subtle accessories. Usually monochrome or like 2 or 3 colors match.
I can truly count on you, V. The guitar is in the right hands. securely now. Closing this contract and transferring your compensation.
Got some free knockoffs down at the market. Saw them myself. Yeah, so did I. But the quality, girl,
All right.
nothing like
I'm gonna just make sure that there's nothing new and fancy for me to equip. I'm going to take a quick second just to see if there's any junk I can sell. Well, not actual junk, but... We've kind of set up that this character doesn't drink. There will be the exception. So, like, obviously I drank with a bouncer because that will... that'll get me access to a place that I wouldn't have otherwise been able to, but again, these are the little stories you come up with in the back of your head. Okay. I'm also going to take a second to... I should actually probably be... should be dismantling rather than selling these, but what I want to do is... I basically want to reduce this down to 2 good candidates for each type. So like the idea here is like, let's just say there's an absolutely awesome scope that, you know, for whatever reason it fits both guns in my inventory. Okay, so we got 369, 59. Okay. So the gonna go back to taking a nap. You recover. Okay, have a great designed by James Ernest from Wikipedia. Never heard of him. So James Ernest founded a company called Cheap Ass Games, which made these really good. So the original formulation of the company was... It was premised on this idea, and you may be going to your nap, but for those of you who want to know some of this board gaming history, it's definitely very much a product of its time. But if you're off taking your nap, thanks for stopping by, Woodford. I do hope you enjoy your rest. But yeah, Cheap Ass Games was sort of premised on this idea that board gaming was something of an expensive hobby. It still is an expensive hobby, but... it was something of an expensive hobby, and that so much of the price of individual games was... Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad that you are recovered, but sounds like you could still use some recovery. But yeah, like the idea was that for this expensive hobby, a very large amount of the price was the construction of plastic pieces that were common to all sorts of board games. So if you... Absolutely. Have a great weekend yourself, 1-4. So the idea is that basically you would be paying over and over again. The price of the product would be increasing to support the... kind of the cost of making these individual parts, which were largely common to all board games. And so it didn't really make a whole lot of sense to, you know, to keep reproducing them, particularly if you wanted to compete on price. And so the idea of Cheap Ass Games would be, I think in the original version, they would come in like little envelopes. And then I think there were some versions where there'd be like little white kind of cardboard boxes, but essentially what you would get you'd get the essentials of the game. So like there'd be a sheet of rules, and there would be you know, like if there was a map, you know, you'd put that down. If there were cards, you know, like basically it's a lot of paper stuff that's fairly easy to reproduce, and it's the sort of thing that you can put inside of a like a small box or like an envelope like that. And then the idea would be that like the counters and the dice, these are things that people are likely going to have, and they'd usually give like recommendation. I have actually played a couple of these, so like they usually include some kind of... Actually, you know, I think I might have one nearby. Because it was that thing that they were going to charge me like $50 to ship. Yeah, so this thing that I've got here, what's the date on this? It's still in its plastic wrapping, actually. Is there no copyright? Huh. So I can't tell you where this is from, but it's definitely not in an envelope. So on the front of this thing, it says, you need about 40 small tokens for every player. You must be able to stack them at least 10 high. One of the ones that I played basically said, you know, poker chips are really good for this. Take note, cheap-ass games in the black and white box do not always contain all of their parts. Included in this package are 8 board sections, which form a full-color 17 by 22 game board. I'm actually kind of surprised it's full color. Plus about 90 cardboard burn tiles. To complete your copy, you need about 40 small colored tokens or chips per player. You should be able to stack them at least 10 high. Ages 12 plus, 3 to 6 players, 60 minutes, and luck and skill. So the description on the box here about Cheap Ass Games. At Cheap Ass Games, we are aware of 2 basic facts about games. They cost too much, and they have a lot of generic pieces in common. So instead of selling you the same spare parts with every game, we sell you just the pieces you need. We figure you can find the rest, so we don't have to sell them to you again and again. Our games come in many flavors. We give some away in a free print and play format. We sell some through print-on-demand websites. We make black and white boxed games like this one, which are usually missing some generic parts, and we make some deluxe full-color games that contain everything you need to play. To learn more about Cheap Ass Games, inquire at your friendly local game shop or visit our double secret website at www.cheapass.com. I think they might have been acquired, or James Ernest went to work for a company or that. I think they're in the process of extracting themselves from some kind of a contract. But there should be Cheap Ass Games to be played at some point. But yeah, so James Ernest was designer behind that, and I believe he also was involved with Digital Eel at some point and made a really interesting roguelike called Strange Adventures in Infinite Space, which I believe got like 3 or 4 sequels. And that actually, it's one of the earliest examples of like a roguelike as opposed to just like Rogue, which Rogue is hard to call a roguelike any more than like Me is like a System Shock like. But Strange Adventures in Infinite Space, I believe, is actually listed as an influence on FTL. So I don't know. It kind of comes back to that earlier thing I was talking about, where like following developers is actually a really good way to just sort of find your next interesting game. It's fun to do on its own, but yeah, that's I'm sure Win4 has gone to bed now, but for those of you that didn't know about Cheap Ass Games, now you know. Tell the others. Okay. Again, I'm just trying to reduce it down to 2 of each item. 2 is already kind of excessive, but I figure it's a good start. Works for me. I almost never use grenades. I've almost certainly got duplicates here. Oh my god, I've got so many overheats. Okay, let's reduce this. Again, I'm sure a few of these I've already got. Like I know I already have Synapse reset, but I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make sure that I kind of keep one of everything. So you got to be kind of careful of this sort of thing, right? Because they, at first glance, they look similar, but they're not actually the same. It's a tiny little profit I made off of that. Oh man, I keep forgetting about the cyberware mods. I might actually be able to improve some of my stuff. So normally I like to hang on to this, but I think I did actually get the auto disassemble, so I may be cutting off my supply. Anyways, I'm doing well for cash now. Now how do I mod this? Oh yeah, I get it. Right. So for my Kuroshi, yeah, the rest of it doesn't have room for mods. So I should probably sell some of those, some of that surplus in terms of mods, but we'll worry about that later. Okay, gigs. Not too much in the area, actually, so it's kind of tempting to try the Cyber Psychos. But I figure I can afford the Apollo now. Oh man, that's like nowhere near. Okay, I'm gonna deal with the Cyber Psycho first. Oop.
Come on up! I've got something big for you!
Boring conversation anyway. Yeah, okay, so maybe jumping off of a building's not such a good idea? Okay, no more music for you. Maybe it's just onto like a copyrighted song. I've noticed it does feel like the performance has kind of dropped in this region. Maybe because it's
You again? I told you I'm not buying. Yes, I'm sure. No, I'm not changing it.
So again, I want to keep Regina Jones happy. I don't want to murder the cyber psycho, but oh Jesus, she's loose. So I don't have the RAM for a system reset. So what I'll do when I get close, I'll rely on I mean, first thing I need to hope is that she doesn't have thermal vision. You know, for a cyber psycho on the loose, people are pretty chill about this.
Because I already have 5.
Yeah, she's got really erratic movement. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do this.
Sir.
Oh. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to pull this off with a silent takedown. Oh, come on. So we'll read the message, but I do want to investigate the area first. Wrong area. How the hell am I gonna get back up? Buff man in a cheap suit equipped with cheap basic cyberware. This was likely security on the set. Clothing and makeup suggest Corpo possibly ran the show. A buff man in a cheap suit. Okay, security. Can it give me any info on that or just make sounds? Let's get closer. Oh, I like the rain. This isn't gonna taint the crime scene, is it? Face identical to that of her assailant. Multiple postmortem wounds, possibly a crime of passion. Killed posing by the sea, crawled over to the woman to hold her hand before dying. Casual clothes, no makeup, not camera ready, likely cameraman or other crew member. Production set, top-notch video equipment, more movie set than photo shoot. Okay, I think that's it as far as info goes. It's still telling me to search the area, so I mean, I'm obviously not above looting everything, but so I think that's it for the immediate area. Okay. So I'm going to do this in the reverse order as it appears on the list. So message to Dao, Lin, and Saigon Sisters season finale. Oh, come on. My dear sister, the time of revenge and the white light of frost-white chrome and contempt has come. When you wake in the cold fluorescent light, remember how you humiliated me at my wedding, how I became the laughingstock of Night City thanks to you and your Mr. Stud prank. I hope you'll enjoy my revenge, as I've chosen the most hideous implants from Jig Jig's nastiest ripper docs to make a few adjustments to your oh-so-beautiful body. And I almost forgot to mention, I'm getting married again. My future husband needs no introduction, because he's your fiancé after all, and you know him so well. That's right, Kenny. But don't worry about him. I doubt he'll spot the difference. He's never been too observant, that one. I really hope you enjoy the craftsmanship and effort I poured into your new shell. It's the perfect match for the monster inside you, and I'm sorry to do this, but you're not welcome at the wedding. I'd hate to scare off all my friends and guests, or even Kenny. I'm sure I'll be sure to send you some stills taken from outside your favorite restaurant so you can always know what your life might have looked like. Stay strong, sis, and stay away from mirrors. Your favorite sister, Lynn. My dearest Lynn, I heard you've been worrying about security at the wedding. Well, put it out of your mind. As one of our biggest stars, you know that your comfort and peace of mind is our top priority. I would never, ever let your sister ruin your big day. I'll see to it myself. You have my word. Your safety comes first, and that will never change. Even if you lost your looks, your talent, never, no matter what. Besides, Dao's in a coma, and will only wake up once you and Kenny are out sipping watermelon mojitos on the beach. So chin up, and don't worry if you get fine lines. Remember, your skin needs time to recover after your transplant. Yours always, Cylin. Saigon Sisters treatment. The scene opens with a close-up on Kenny and Lynn posing for wedding pictures by a seaside cafe. Sign and logo visible in the background, slight blurring, but still legible. Scene shot against the sun with a slight glow and lens flare. Typical lively wedding music plays in the background, while the wedding's guests' conversations are a dull roar punctuated with a loud laugh and cheerful shouts. Sudden change of mood. The music shifts to something more ominous, while the sound of a motorboat engine roars louder, obviously approaching at high speed. Next scene is overcast. The motorboat reaches the shore. Camera, pan in on the figure on the motorboat. It's a terrifying double of Lynn, borged out with a face contorted in pain and rage. It's Lynn's sister, Dao. Dao angrily confronts her sister, accusing her of putting her into a coma and spiking her wine, then installing the worst combat implants in her while she was unconscious. Dao lifts her arms to reveal the implants. The colorful party lights glint and dance on her chrome forearms. Lynn's face turns to stone in terror, and the music soars in dramatic crescendo. Close up on Kenny's confused face, his eyes darting from one sister to another. Dao hurls herself at her sister, but security steps in at the last moment, and they all tumble into the waves. The final scene of the season comes to an end with a loud splash. End scene. Alright, V, listen, a gunfight broke out in a cafe on the waterfront. See what's going on over there, okay? If it's a cyber-psycho problem, I want that problem to stay alive. A popular cafe with a beautiful view on the ocean, usually crowded at this hour. It acquired cult notoriety after Saigon Sisters was filmed there, and it's Wynn's favorite eatery. Poor thing, lying in a coma after allergic reaction to tannins. Anyway, cafe is booked now for some bougie reception. A few of the guests already arrived, and the newlyweds were getting their stills taken. That's when it all started. Guess someone seriously objected to this holy matrimony. Got some good news. There's a happy ending to your favorite TV show after all. Our psycho star is alive and well, flicking you the deets. Glad she's alive. Maybe there's a chance she'll start telling apart real life from TV life so that we can start helping her. Whoa. I just worried what'll happen when she finally realizes the massacre wasn't fake blood and artificial limbs. Get a load of this. It wasn't an actual wedding. It was supposed to be an episode of your favorite for your favorite TV show, Saigon Sisters. Spoilers incoming. The plan was to pit both sisters against each other by chipping one with faulty implants and putting her in a coma, not from an allergic reaction, but with legit poison. In the meantime, the other sister gets plastic surgery to look like the sister in a coma so she can marry the latter's fiancé. How whacked is that? Except the coma sister woke up too soon, forgot she was on a TV show, and clearly didn't like her new implants, a fact she made known at the wedding reception with a performance no one would forget, at least for the ones that managed to escape. First she took care of her sister, then the husband, and finally the whole TV crew. That's when guts really hit the fan. I thought Maelstrom were fucked up, but showbiz takes the cake this time. You're right, it's a reality TV show. Watson Horror doesn't even compare. Tell me more about this Watson Horror TV show. Phantom Liberty is the opportunity for Cyberpunk to redeem on the promise of showing us live episodes of Watson Horror. Alright. Seems like a good chance for us to go to another Cyber Psycho event. I normally like... I do normally like pistols over revolvers. Revolver does pack more punch. It's probably the best one. I like the ideas of the silencers, but often if I'm using my gun, like it's already too late, so. Okay, I'm gonna try going to the map just to see if we can trick the game into maybe giving us a little bit of a better frame rate. Hey, it worked. There is another thing to be said. So, I mean, again, like, I've obviously had a lot of opinions on the development of Cyberpunk, and honestly, this is one where I really just need to shut up and let the professionals do their work. I have a feeling there might be an expectation in terms of... so I think the multiplayer is dead. I'm pretty sure there was an announcement to that effect. But I have a feeling there's sort of an expectation in terms of a set of DLC comparable to The Witcher.
V, a few Zeta Tech corporals walked into an auto shop. The punchline, none came back out. Apparently it's a family business that's fallen on hard times. My hunch is the owners finally snapped, and you know I got a nose for this stuff.
Sorry, I just need a sec. Sorry, I have food beside me that has been looking very uneaten and forlorn. And given that I'm already overtime, I wanted a bite. Got noises coming from an auto shop, sounded like a series of explosions. My take, either the roof collapsed or someone's gone cyber psycho. But yeah, so I think there's a set of expectations for the game, which I'm not entirely sure that they have any... I think I've already messed up. I'm not entirely convinced that they have any relation to CD Projekt Red's intentions. So, CD Projekt Red has somewhat, I don't know if I should say somewhat famously, but they've notably announced that they are not, they're not developing their own engine anymore. Death caused by severe concussion, most likely from an IED. And instead they are developing using the Unreal Engine, so presumably Unreal 5. They're also fairly clear. I actually think this is a... What I like is not so much, like, good guy CD Projekt Red on this one. Like, frankly, if they want to play the good guy card, they can stop by not crunching their employees. Alright, that's inconvenient. But I think probably the concern that was expressed was if the excuse me. Excuse me again. If they're not doing their own engine, then what happens to all of the programmers you know, that they hired to build and maintain it? And again, fair question, right? You know, you do not want to see people unemployed unnecessarily, let's say. The reason, okay, so the reason why I put, this is going to sound callous, so I need to be kind of clear what I mean. So, there are some situations where there are layoffs and they are a matter of, you know, the company goes under without them. It could be that these positions effectively do not exist anymore, right? So this is like, you know, the Model T has been introduced and you're making horses and buggies, right? The fact of the matter is the business is just simply not there anymore, and it is inappropriate to try and preserve these jobs which are on the way out. There's obviously varying degrees to which... Oh, crap. So, I need to take a second here and see... I genuinely don't know if this thing kills people anymore. I'm definitely not taking any chances here. I want to, now that it's obvious that I can't stealth it. Okay. Oh, come on! Of course he's turning around this way. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna distract here. So I was a little worried about that explosion, but I think that was a waste of an item. Okay, but yeah, so like the idea here is that if, you know, if it's to the point where, you know, even at the large end, developing your own tech is no longer a sensible choice. We're not, like, I don't know if there's really any benefit to continuing to kind of try and pretend that these jobs, because like basically either financial reality is going to hit, and these firms are going to go under, and then people will be left without any place for their skills. Or there's going to be something more of an orderly transition, which says, this job is effectively going away. Here's our transition plan, and you need to kind of prepare for this new reality. None of this is good. Like, none of this is good. It sucks if you are in that position, but obviously there are more or less, there's like better or worse ways to, to contend with that reality. And I mean, the thing is that we benefit in the long run because being able to take the advantage of this technological progress obviously gives us better games at lower prices, and so. And again, that can apply to any given product. But there's a more important observation here, which is CD Projekt Red not just saying, it's like, we're not going to fire everyone, which, obviously that's like, okay, well, that's the minimum. But they point out that, like, there's a bunch of engine work that's still going to be done, even if you're using something that is made by a company like Epic. That you have this, there's just a whole other set of concerns, I guess, for lack of a better term. Like, there's just a bunch of other stuff that they need to do. Wow. So essentially what's that team is essentially transitioning into is making this off-the-shelf engine do the things they want it to do, rather than sort of building everything from the ground up. And, like, again, I think this is one thing that's probably underappreciated when it comes to tools like that. A lot of the benefits that we have realized in terms of games over the last, well, it's not even really that new. But so many of the benefits that we've been enjoying have come from the fact that the technology for making games is more widely available, and it's also much less expensive. But I also don't think it's fair to say that it's just a matter of, download the latest version of Unreal and you don't need to think about your engine anymore. In fact, if Vanguard Master was here, he can give us a few direct examples about why that's not a helpful way of thinking about your problems. And so what you need are people who are actually familiar with these kinds of operations to be able to take that base level, essentially to have a common language about how you're going to be solving a set of problems. And then maybe being able to build on that so you have tools to kind of do the kinds of expression that you want. The best example of this, and Unreal's catching up, but like the Unity asset store is a huge reason why everyone didn't immediately just switch over to Unreal as soon as it went, as soon as they got a lot more aggressive on pricing. Because in the end, if you, first of all, have a big asset store, second of all, if you've also invested some money into assets on the asset store, like being able to spend, even a couple $100 to be able to do something that would normally require you to hire a programmer and, like wait a certain period of time in order to do it. And of course, like pay them their salary, and that very quickly can add up and be more than what it would cost in terms of the asset store. And obviously the people who develop those tools are relying on the fact that they're common enough among games that there's going to be people who need that, and so they compensate themselves basically through selling the same thing to multiple people. And if you aren't solving a problem that's faced generally, then chances are you should be basically making your own game and solving that individual problem. So, you know, again, being able to access solutions to your problems in a faster or less expensive way than, I mean, again, essentially faster is less expensive, all things being equal, but being able to satisfy either one or both of those conditions means that you are able to either do more with your game or you're able to sell the game at a lower price while still maintaining the quality, which essentially will make you more competitive in the marketplace. But it is something that sort of recognizes that at a particular scale, you don't just use the stuff you find in the asset store. You can. I mean, Inscription's a good example of that. Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy is another example of something that uses a lot of sort of available materials. But it's definitely not the case that, you know, Epic and Unity have essentially solved all of the problems of engines. Or sell it for a higher price and increase profit for shareholders. There you go. Dendrian, just the man who I wanted to put. Oh, I saw a beautiful version of the Midwit meme that I think you will. First of all, are you familiar with the Midwit meme? I'm sorry to do another thing that's off topic for Cyberpunk, but it is. I'm going to give a shout out for Dendrian anyway, so... yeah, so first of all, who here is familiar with the Midwit meme? I thought I actually had this. If I can't find it, there we go. Okay, let me get the shout out of the way first. So, for those of you unfamiliar with Dendrian, Dendrian is a nice, very relaxing streamer to watch. Has been playing a lot of Against the Storm and Tears of the Kingdom lately, although is not limited to those two games. I also spent quite a bit of time watching him play Graveyard Keeper, and while I do feel bad about sort of saying the same thing over and over again with about him, he does brand himself as kind of a second monitor streamer, which I feel is up, you know, the sort of thing that would be appealing to most people who watch this broadcast. Please do not think that that is the only way that you can watch the Dendrian broadcast, because Dendrian is actually a very thoughtful and interesting individual in their own right. But if you're just looking to hang out and just let a stream wash over you, Dendrian is definitely a good watch. But on top of that, I do get to enjoy some back and forth with him on many different topics, one of which you will see right now. So Dendrian is quite knowledgeable in terms of financial markets, and I've done a little bit of financial economics, but it is certainly not my specialty. So I also sort of feel like if you're going to be doing empirical stuff, and honestly most of the decent econ stuff, like there's definitely room for pure theorists, but I feel like you need to, it's a little bit like physics. Like if you want to be a pure theorist, you better be in like the top, 0.1% of the, of the profession. Like it's that is not easy to just push theory only. So you need to be making a pretty significant contribution to just be doing something theory at this point. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you're going to be doing empirical work, often that's going to involve getting some data, if nothing else, from publicly traded companies, and being able to navigate a financial statement is a useful skill. So I have actually gone a little bit deeper. So like I'm familiar with the Black-Scholes model. I know what the Greeks are, but I would not consider myself to be a trader. And I certainly would have a lot to learn if I wanted to work in some kind of like capital markets arm or something like that. But Dendrian is quite knowledgeable on these topics, and so we get a chance to sort of have a chat with these things. Now, For those of you who are not familiar with the midwit meme, it basically shows sort of this bell curve of like IQ distribution, right? So, you know, big, kind of this big cluster in the middle, statistically. It's actually incorrect because I do not believe the mean is 100 anymore. I think it's the Flynn effect, I believe, is that IQs have been going up over the year. But whatever, it's a meme. I'm not gonna put it on blast for inaccurate. It's amusing. But yeah, the idea here, that for those of you unfamiliar with the midwit meme, basically it's the idea here. So the definition for the midwit would be this idea that someone of maybe only, average or just slightly average intelligence vastly overestimates their capabilities. I think like one of the examples that people gave were like this blog post where, someone with a, BA, presumably in like English literature or something like that's reading Margaret Atwood, and again, it's like they're serving cocktails or whatever. And, she's shocked to find out one of her other co-workers, is familiar with Margaret Atwood, asks her some, reasonably pointed questions about the Oryx and the Crake, and then recommends a few other, science fiction authors that the blog author had never heard of. And this was like their big realization that there are smart people in every part of the, that wind up in every profession. And then, there are some people who look at that and say, well, this is just an example where, people have very, very low standards of, what counts as intelligence, and that, the midwit is effectively somebody who has a very inflated sense of their intellectual abilities when in fact they are quite average. But the most important thing about it is that the midwit in the meme, the midwit sort of stands in the middle with a fairly like nuanced view. And then at the two extremes, there's a complete dullard, which expresses one opinion, but also at the top of the distribution, a master expresses the exact same idea. And it's quite amusing because it's one of those, it's funny because it's true sort of ones. And then there's varying degrees of funny for them. Like, so some of them are actually quite, like one of the ones I liked was, actually, sorry, I'm going to find it because I enjoy this. I feel if I've spent this much time trying to explain the meme, then I should find, Okay, so I'll give you the first sample. This is way too much effort to explain this thing, but... So yeah, here's an example of it. So you've got your IQ distribution here. Dune is about worms. No, actually, the Dune series is a highly intricate sci-fi universe on par with Lord of the Rings, filled with a huge variety of factions and espionage, and discusses deep philosophical questions about government, society, history, and what it even means to be a human being. And then at the top of the distribution, Dune is about worms. He had imposter syndrome for a very, very long time. He was afraid to give opinions on many things until my late 30s. Yeah, this is actually one thing I don't like about the midwit. So, like, okay, here's the thing. My view on this is that smarts get you only so far. So, like, when people are discussing the idea of the midwit, one of the telltale signs. So, like, the thing I dislike about it, the thing I dislike about the meme is that the idea of the midwit is something that people will use to attack people who are actually just being thoughtful and trying to express an opinion, and it just happens to be an opinion that they don't like. It's a little bit like, some memes. It's just a question of you state a perfectly reasonable position for someone to have, but you put a stupid face on the image, and this is somehow supposed to be like a counter to the argument. Right. And this is stupid, but it works in online communities. Right. There will be people who, because some guy put like the Soychuk or whatever they're called, Soyjock, face on an opinion, this somehow invalidates the opinion. And it's like, is this what you got? Like, you know, what's the point? Like, are we back to the point of hieroglyphics at this point? Do I need to, like, if I hire a better sketch artist, does this mean I win the argument? So, you know, again, and like, I don't know. I don't know if mid is, like, I don't actually think mid is that bad of an accusation, right? Like, statistically, it's the most likely. I don't have to be a beautiful and unique snowflake about everything. And, you know, I'm above average height. It does make it a little difficult to buy clothes. It is actually an advantage to be, you know, to be small. I actually really struggle with pants because I'm very skinny. I have actually occasionally bought women's jeans just because they fit better. But anyways, I realize there are certain parts of the United States where I would in fact be committing a crime by wearing women's jeans, but that's a different conversation. So anyways, I think you get the idea here of but yeah, anyways, so it's like, this isn't an effort to try and, you know, so if I'm arguing about the validity of the idea of the midwit, I've already lost, right? This is just something funny, and it's recognizing this weirdly true phenomena that sometimes the completely thoughtless and idiotic opinion and the sophisticated, very good understanding can actually lead to the same conclusion just by very different thought processes. So this is the one I actually wanted to show you, Dendrian, and I suspect you may agree, but buy and hold index funds. No, you need to take the time to study and time the market and hire a financial advisor and pick individual stocks and also invest in private equity and hedge funds and also buy crypto and execute complicated option strategies. Buy and hold index funds. Now I can say, academically, there's a lot of support for this idea. This is the one I see on Twitter a whole lot more. But anyways, there you go. As soon as I read this, I immediately thought of you, Dendrian, so that's one I wanted to share. Although, for some reason, I felt a need to try and describe the midwit meme. My apologies if everybody understood that, but understood what the midwit meme was, but I don't like assuming that sort of stuff. Due to a failure to uphold the terms of agreement, number UPL 1264, and a failure to respond to the letter of demand for outstanding payment, number 11055, in accordance with paragraph 628 of the aforementioned agreement, the real property shall become the property of Zetatech within 2 days of receipt of this document. This decision is not subject to appeal. This hits close to home. My apologies if this is impugning your own analytical capabilities. I certainly am not a full efficient market hypothesis guy, and I do actually feel that there are people who are able to consistently generate profits in the field. However, I don't think I have access to those people, and I know it's a lot smarter for me to just buy and hold an index fund. Preferably more broad-based than I actually hold, but that's a whole other question. License? What license? Hey, I got a cease and desist from Zetatech. They say I'm using that lift in my shop without a license. What is this? I bought the whole shop from them. Spent my life savings on it. They want to get me again because of some license? Could you check and see if they made a mistake somewhere, and what sort of eddies are we talking about? Gaston, I contacted Zetatech on your behalf, and it does seem that the equipment in the shop was not included in the deed. You bought the shop building, 4 walls, the floor, and ceiling. That's it. I asked about the price of the tech, but they're unable to give an estimate because the shop in which it's located has been bought out. But I'm the one who bought it out. I think I would know, so what do we do now? Now they have to buy it back from you since prices have fallen in the area. You stand to lose a fair amount. But then we have priority to buy it back, and if you want to speed up the process, you could give them an offer right now to purchase the shop and equipment along with loan approval for whatever is needed to cover the difference. That's the good news. Bad news is the equipment costs about double the shop itself. Fine, I don't know. Go ahead and file that loan application so I don't lose my chance. Then I'll think it over some more. Besides, what's a shop without equipment? I can't even work without it. Alright, Gaston, it's all ready. Just need your signature and you can reopen. Great, thanks for your help. It's hard to deal with all this by myself. I'm going back to work, finally. We've definitely read this one before. We've definitely read this one. I don't think there's anything else for me to pick up here. Auto shop owner was on a rampage, but I managed to put him to sleep. The way corps here gobble up small businesses, it's almost painful to watch. Before they even clock what's happening, the owners are locked out of their own premises and slapped with a colossal debt. Then they bust their asses for the corp from morning to midnight to make ends meet. Looks like this one preferred to take his own life than give up the one place that was his. See how quickly the American dream can turn into the American nightmare? Always buy the IP first, buy the four walls second. It's actually a burger place that's gone to, since I moved here, they've actually gone to 3 different locations. So yeah, this is a good example of buying the IP first. Should probably pick up my new vehicle. I think that's what I was driving last time. But yeah, back to the imposter syndrome thing. So like, I don't know. The idea of imposter syndrome, I think, is kind of interesting on its own, but I can kind of leave that aside. But yeah, just I think the one thing I keep returning to is like this idea of I mean, so earlier we kind of talked about, you know, neutral values and such. So smart definitely would count as a neutral value. You can be like, I don't actually know how to pronounce his name. Evgeny Prigozhin, I think. Anyways, the head of Wagner, right? It would be very hard to say that this is not an intelligent guy. Or, I mean, sorry, not to focus on Russia, but like, it's not like the, you know, like, clearly in communist regimes, like, normally the people running things have been these, like, very intellectual, you know, very, very smart people. But clearly, you know, doing so in a way that seems to be dedicated to maximizing human suffering. So, you know, smarts, you know, are clearly not the only thing that are important to the measurement. But, you know, the other thing is that, so again, not to focus too much on the Midwood thing, but like they one of the signs that they kind of give of this would be the idea of like, you know, oh yeah, you know, I'm really smart, but I just didn't really work that hard in school. I was like, well, like, the thing that bugs me about this, because I run into it so much, is like if you're not going to do the work, like what good is it, right? Like, I remember, I think I've told this story before, there was like a couple of interesting geometry problems that I had with a coworker who sort of made this claim about being like into math. And so I shared it because I thought, like, for me it was like, hey, this is a cool thing. It was like a book full of like old sort of geometry problems in these like I don't know if ancient's the right word for it, but definitely like these Japanese texts that had these very sophisticated geometry problems in them that obviously wouldn't be solved the way that we normally do them now, but they do actually lead to some like interesting results, and they're kind of worth examination in their own right. So I kind of shared a couple that I thought were like really interesting, and like, I don't know, like if you don't like doing math, it's really hard to describe this, but like there are some math problems that you do and you figure them out and like just puts a smile on your face. And that was one of the ones that I shared with him because I was like thinking for myself, I was like, oh, this is really cool. I really enjoyed working through this one. I'm going to share this with someone who says that they like math. Like hopefully this will put a smile on their face too. And like they just completely rejected it, like didn't even bother looking. And I was like, oh, you know, but like some of the fun is like in doing it. It's like, well, I know how to do it, so it's just the same as doing it. And like that's obviously not true, right? There's a ton of people who could actually have a lot of potential, but, you know, are utterly disinterested in actually doing the work. And that's actually fine, because we, like, to a certain extent, it's just a question of how do you want to spend your time. And if you value leisure more, some guy like me berating you, you know, to apply yourself, I'm not Walter White, right? It's totally your business if you know, want to apply yourself to that or not. The only thing that I ask is that you don't take credit for solving the thing you haven't done the work for. And that's the thing that bothers me. So yeah, I don't know. Like, it's one of these things where I feel that, you know, it's not just a question of having the idea or not just having the potential, right? You can't be promising forever. I think it is actually important to run into the application. And that involves a willingness to be able to make mistakes, to be able to encounter something difficult and to be able to push through it and, you know, and improve, to be able to identify what's important and what is, you know, what's maybe peripheral but winds up sort of being a big time sink. And you see this creep up in a lot of different fields. So like in, I wonder if I can find this actually, because then there was like a Unity subreddit which had a rather telling let's see if I can find this. I don't think I can find this in time. But yeah, there were a couple ones. So there was one that was like, you know, what's wrong with me? And, you know, just kind of the fact that they didn't know everything right away. And they had to look up stuff. And I was like, man, like, why do you feel so stressed out about the fact that you need to look up solutions for problems? Like, I just don't see what the value of, like, to a certain extent, if you can do, all things being equal, if you have this immediate recall of everything that you need to do in a tool, that's great. But, you know, surely the ability to find the thing that you're looking for is equally valuable. And then there was another one which really caught my attention, which was somebody talking about how discouraging they found it that people would be posting these really good projects in the Unity subreddit, and that it was giving them imposter syndrome, and they kind of wished it would stop or something like that. I'm like, man, like, this is this is the sort of stuff you hear people complain about, where it's like, oh, the millennials are ruining everything, right? It's like, you participation awards, and you want everybody to be worse so you don't feel bad about yourself. And like, I feel for the guy, right? Because you know, it's not, you know, there's tons of stuff I wish I was better at, and I look at what other people can do, and I'm like, my God, like, I'm never gonna be that good. And it's not the, you know, it's not the best feeling in the world. But I would never want there to be less beauty in the world, so I can kind of retain this sense of self. I often find that when I see, like, you know, a really good paper, or, you know, a really good turn of phrase, you know, that hopefully inspires me to sort of up my game and try and do something better. But yeah, like, obviously being able to confront that sort of stuff and to be able to find a way through, you know, to be able to go through those periods of discouragement, find out what's going wrong, and to be able to fix them. Some of that does have a certain degree of intelligence, right? But I would definitely prefer someone who has, you know, a certain degree of, I don't know, tenacity may not be the best term, because you can, like, throw yourself at an unsolvable problem for a really long time. But I don't know, somebody with sort of the willingness to put themselves out there and work harder, or to, you know, to be willing to be wrong, as long as it is a step on the way towards getting a better result. I think a lot of that stuff is not directly related to intelligence. It's like not a function of intelligence, but it will matter a lot for being able to get things done. Because, of course, part of this conversation started with a discussion in terms of the fact that the tools are more widely available, that you can actually go to the asset store, you can buy, solutions to tough problems for relatively little money. So you kind of already, and like, even if I think of something like Python, right, there are really, really good programmers providing excellent libraries for me to do stuff in Python. I don't need to code in C because somebody's already made NumPy for me, and that does a whole lot of really good, mathematical optimization, while I'm still able to use relatively friendly Python syntax. So in that case, it's not so much like I don't need to be some kind of computer science genius to be able to solve those kinds of problems. All I need to do is find an interesting problem and be able to understand the tools well enough to be able to throw them at that problem. So again, I can be of utterly average intelligence, and as long as I have enough of an understanding to be able to turn it into, to turn that into a I guess we'll go with the one that's a little closer to the edge of the map. As long as I'm able to sort of throw or gain enough understanding of the problem to be able to throw the tools that I have against it, I don't necessarily have to be a genius. Teacher in high school gave you a book that was a dictionary of notable numbers. You wish you still had that. Are you talking about like E and pi and I and... I'm trying to think of all the other special... well, I guess there's like the gravity constant. I can't remember how to express it as a fraction. I wasn't a physicist, so...
Martha Fricks and Gustavo Orta. Vista del Rey's own Romeo and Juliet. You know that story. This one's not so different.
Mm-hmm.
Martha is in a coma at the hospital. Her father wants Gustavo to pay. Enter V. Demand quick payment. Details attached.
Okay, actually, here's a... it probably would have been in that book, but I don't know if you would maybe remember it. Jevons number. Do you happen to recall that at all? And yeah, 0 is definitely a special number. But I actually need to look up Jevons number to know the exact value. But this, I think this is a really cool little bit of history. Jevons, by the way, is a really neat guy. Sort of Victorian era guy. He worked, I think he was a logician actually, but not ringing a bell. Okay, so I will share a little bit about Jevons number just because I think this is kind of neat. So I definitely know him for his work in economics, but I do believe he was a logician. He one of the things that he is notable for. There's a guy named Irving Fisher who's probably the first celebrity economist. So I don't have a huge opinion of Paul Krugman, but I'd maybe say the first Paul Krugman. I think if you're gonna like a modern economist, Tom Sargent's not a bad choice. I would have said Ken Arrow, but unfortunately it's passed. So, Jevons, in terms of calculating inflation, there are things known as superlative indexes. So, I want to see this, Eleanor, please. So, sorry, I'll just finish the... Actually, because of the cybersecurity angle, this may be of slight interest, but only in like a very academic, abstract way. But yeah, on the inflation side, so there's like the superlative indices, and those are known like... I like the Fisher index a lot. Then there's like the... there's the Tornquist... Oh god, why can I not remember my superlative indices? There's Fisher, Tornquist... Why can I only remember the two? I know the Tornquist because everybody really likes using it because it's computationally easy. I'm like, we're using computers for everything. It's not... I don't know. People like to use a Torn Fist a whole lot, but it was the Walsh, I think, was the other one. I feel like there's a fourth that I'm missing, but yeah, I don't know. Anyways, they all, like, this is Erwin Dewert's big thing. Like, he sort of showed that these basically got you to the same place in the end. But there are very often what you have to deal with is the fact that there may be limited quantity information. And so there are these, like, the idea is these elementary indices, and they just wind up being these ratios of numbers. And as it happens, so like one of my favorite Pythagorean mean is the geometric mean, because who among us does not have a favorite Pythagorean mean? I mean, obviously, right? But the Jevons is basically the geometric mean of the ratio of the price between sort of its base period and future period. And if you do like a chained index, it's basically like this cumulative product of the one period differences between them. But anyways, I'm sure like I could open up MS Paint and show it to all of you and nobody would care. So I won't. But in any case, Jevons was the one who proposed taking the geometric average. It actually works very well. And as it happens, the Fisher index is also the geometric mean. So, you know, geo means for the win. But yeah, anyways, so if you're into inflation stuff, Jevons made a pretty useful contribution. He also has Jevons paradox, which is a really interesting little bit of environmental economics, which was basically pointing out that you would imagine that increases in energy efficiency, you would assume that it would lead to less consumption, right? So like you've got greater fuel efficiency for like cars or engines in general. And you would think that like, okay, well, we can do the same things at a lower cost. So, or, you know, we would assume that we would just see a lower production, like we can kind of maintain the same production, but the, you know, the consumption of this input goes down. And he observed that this was for coal, but that basically as the energy production efficiency went up, the consumption went even higher. It's like, this is kind of, there's actually a version of, I would argue that there's a version of this that you could apply to kind of computation as well. But in any case, like, again, just a really interesting guy, because I mean, he was working, you know, in the late 1800s, right? And yet there's a lot of things that are still quite relevant today. Also, his academic advisor was Augustus de Morgan. So if any of you did de Morgan's laws in logic, and who among us doesn't remember de Morgan's laws, right? I am assuming a certain level of education here, so my apologies to those of you that didn't have to do like a math proofs class or anything like that. But yeah, so all these names wind up coming together. But the point here was to talk about Jevons' number. And this is just, I love the fact that this turned out. So Jevons wrote in, this is from the Wikipedia article, Jevons wrote in his 1874 book, Principles of Science, quote, "Can the reader say what two numbers multiplied together will produce the number 8,616,460,799? I think it is unlikely that anyone but myself will ever know." So this became known as Jevons' number and was factored by Charles J. Busk in 1889, Derek Norman Leamer in 1903, and later on a pocket calculator by Solomon W. Golem. It is the product of two prime numbers, 89,681 and 96,079. I do not know how they derived that, but that is amazing. That this guy writes in a book, 1874, he just puts out some random number. I will actually post that in chat. So that's Jevons' number. And it winds up being this wonderful little math puzzle that gets solved, I guess, 29 years after publication. But anyways, Jevons is, to me, less interesting because of the Jevons numbers so much as Jevons paradox and the Jevons index. Okay, Ellen Ripley said, and hello, by the way. I work in cybersecurity, and I just wrote an article about hallucination squatting. A lot of AI development tools simply make up libraries that don't exist, and threat actors are using the hallucinated names to create malware libraries that developers are then plugging into their code base. Even if you don't feel like a genius, I think your stock will rise quite soon. That is phenomenal. I did not even think... Well, I mean, this is why we need cybersecurity experts. That I did not even think that that would be a thing. So, man, how would you work out the most popular hallucinated library names to squat on? Or I guess maybe you just spray like really widely and then just wait for someone to kind of step on the landmine. Yet another reason why you should actually bother writing your own code. Okay, anyways, on to the side quest. Gun for Hire, Gustavo Orta, building on Petrol Street. The world is built on certain rules that don't appear out of nothing, which grew from the blood and mistakes of our predecessors. These rules are meant to protect us, but the young disregard them. They believe that they are special, that they are not held to the same rules, that fate is theirs to tempt. Martha Frakes believed the same and now sleeps in a coma after taking a bullet to the head. The streets tell me that this is her punishment for abandoning family. The girl turned from her own father, Nolan Frakes, to side with the enemy, Gustavo Orta. But what the street says doesn't matter, not to Nolan. He believes Gustavo is solely responsible for what happened to his daughter. Let's fulfill the wish of a father desperate for revenge. He's paying after all. Go to Gustavo's apartment. Deal with him. Don't worry about authorization. My netrunner made sure you won't run into any problems. And FYI, if you hadn't caught on yet, Gustavo is Valentino's. Nolan is 6th Street. Stay sharp.
Don't turn to gangs. Come to the NCPD. We'll help.
How you doing, dog?
The thing that... Okay, so there's a couple things I don't get. Just before... Because I have a feeling this is going to involve a bunch of combat. Here's a couple things I don't get about using large language models to write your code. So number one... if this... Okay, so like obviously the LLM is going to be based on training across a whole lot of input. Like, so clearly it's like a huge corpus of data. I'm not going to argue with the idea that it is sort of identified some kind of structure in terms of the way that we use language and the way that we program. You know, like, I think that's fairly established. Like, the thing I'm not going to criticize it in terms of its ability to write English sentences or any other language sentences for that matter. But it would also strike me that this is a recipe for being able to solve problems that other people have solved, right? I'm not entirely convinced that this technology has demonstrated its ability to do sort of like well, okay, that's not entirely true because there have been a couple of examples of like algorithms that wind up performing better. So I need to be kind of careful in terms of how I put this. Okay. I need to be a little careful in terms of how I articulate this because there are a couple of like novel examples, but I think it would be fair to say the most reliable application of this would be for solving problems that other people have already solved, right? The sorts of things that would appear inside the corpus, or at least are similar enough to things that appear in the corpus that you know, that the model is able to work with them. So I guess the thing here is that, you know, this means it's good if you're sort of like a junior programmer who isn't quite there yet in terms of their ability to solve sort of all the problems, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this is the sort of tool that you want to put a lot of, like, I wouldn't want to rely on it, let's say. The second issue that I have is that, so I mean, again, it's also fair to say that I'm not a software developer, so I don't necessarily know if that's a good description in terms of the problem. But the other thing that and I mean, to a certain extent, this is sort of a repetition of the idea that it's very good at generating very generic things. But the other thing that drives me a little crazy about the idea of using it for programming is that in the end, there's this probabilistic element to it, right? Like essentially, as far as I can tell, like in terms of the transformer or whatever, you're kind of getting these probabilistic results. So it's kind of putting this sentence together. It's almost kind of like, you know, the predictive text. And it's sort of like, you know, the probability of, you know, this being the next word is sort of this, you know, this is the most likely one. But there's always that level of randomness to it, right? Like generally you do not get the exact same result when you give it the exact same prompt. And that's by design. And yet it seems to me that programming is very much about precision. So I'm not even going to whine that much about things like the fact that it imports libraries within functions. Like that's annoying because, you know, I'll take Python as an example. Like good code style is to have your libraries at the top, you know, like have some kind of a logical ordering to it rather than like bring the libraries in the middle of a function when you need it. But just like the simple idea that you want a very specific answer to a question, and if in the end the answer to that question is determined by some algorithm which in the end is going to be giving you this probabilistic answer, it explains to me, at least when I get it to try and do something like a bfunge interpreter or that, it seems like it's right. Like when you read the code, it seems to largely be implementing bfunge. But then you actually try and run it on some bfunge code, and you notice that it makes very obvious mistakes that you wouldn't make as somebody actually writing an interpreter like that. And those are ones that, to me at least, you can draw like a pretty direct line from, you know, the idea of sort of drawing from this distribution of potential answers. So, I don't know. I never want to write this technology off as useless, right? There's actually some things I do want to try in terms of, you know, LLMs and related tech. But, man, I'm getting really tired of the very grand, you know, the you know, world-changing, AI is going to kill us all kind of stories that that people are putting out on this. Because I mean, the fact that I can like basically whenever somebody gets out over their skis at work about what an LLM is going to do, and it's always the people who are junior programmers who are saying it's just like having a junior programmer. Like, can we please put this talking point to rest already? Because it's the people who do not understand the basics of the languages they're using. Like, I'm specifically thinking of a guy at work who has a very tenuous grasp of Python, you know, frequently repeating, yeah, the LLM is like having a junior programmer. You know, like, these are the people who should actually be taking the time to do things. Like, it's not fun to read the Python data model section of the Python manual, but man, that teaches you a lot. Like, that is eating your vegetables. Like, read that and you will gain a level of understanding for even things you've never seen before in Python. That, you know, you never thought you would have had before. But nobody wants to do that, right? Everybody wants the easy result. So instead you just go to, you know, ChatGPT. It's like, my boss needs this thing, so just write, you know, give me a program that does this. And if it's a problem somebody else has solved, you get the code that you want. And it's like, yay, you know, I'm more productive. And then you are actually, you know, you work your way up. And by work your way up, I mean you give enough prompts to, you know, an LLM. And then you're actually given a real problem to work on that nobody's solved before. And then you go to pieces because you didn't actually bother to learn the technology. You just learned how to write prompt. You're a prompt engineer now. So, anyways, it's blind faith that gets me in terms of secure coding. It's no better than an untrained junior developer, and they're not going to know how to prompt their way out of poor coding patterns because they've got no idea. Exactly. And again, I'm not going to say that, like, so I had some fun with it. I was like, hey, you know, GPT, can you give me, can you make me an esoteric programming language built around this idea? And it gave a couple of suggestions. I'm like, oh, this actually seems pretty good. And then I actually started working it through. I'm like, this is nonsense. But like, I wanted it to be true, right? And I was sufficiently convinced for a while that I kind of followed with it. And then then I sort of realized the limitations. And I can actually see some cases where it is helpful. But as with any tool, right, it's kind of like saying that all of your problems are going to be solved by Python, right? And so you go to a new job and everybody's used to using Lua, and you try and convince everybody to switch from Lua to Python. No, they're going to hire somebody who's able to learn Lua. So, anyways. Companies have already stated that they're cutting their workforce in favor of AI will probably find they've acted a little too hastily. No, I mean, well, what they'll do is they'll just blame it on something else and make sure that the people who made that decision are promoted out of the danger zone.
Who's there?
Gotta see Gustavo.
Who? Think you got the wrong address.
Gotta see Gustavo.
Who? Think you got the wrong address.
Anyway, sorry, I know I've been a little ranty today, but...
Enjoying the weather? Average temperatures this month in that city have remained within human safety levels.
The other thing, too, actually, during that run, I got to be clear about is I don't think it's wrong to be a junior programmer. Like, I've given this example before, but, like, one of the... So I worked... The majority of my film work was as a camera assistant of some variety. But my very first film job was actually as a production assistant on a TV show. And one day on set, even as a production assistant, you could see, like, just compare the cinematography of stuff that I worked on. I just gotta make sure I can yank this guy out of the... I can't get a good angle. Oh! Okay, I think I'm just going to ignore them. Like, I'll hit them with a distract in a bit, but I gotta find a way to take out these guys first. There's one side of me which says just hit one with the reset, and then the other guy... Nope, this'll work. I don't know where to chuck this guy, so I'm gonna take him outside. Yeah, so again, like, night and day difference. If you were to look at the stuff that I shot prior to that day on set, and compared it with what I wound up doing after it, and then of course I wound up working in the camera department, and then that just opened the floodgates of knowledge. But, you know, that's doing the work, right? That's taking the time to learn your craft and you know, and just, well, like I said, and work. Something that, I don't know, it feels like people are a little less willing to do. Sorry, I just need a second to So I can go to 7A, then I can get a... So if I go F55... 55... Oh, is this a trap? No, I think this will work. Yeah, so I mean, PA is the most junior job you can have on the... It stands for production assistant. Sorry, I don't think I defined the term. It's like one of the most junior roles you can have on a film set. Like, there's absolutely no glory in it. But, like, even that was educational. And I suppose, you know... like, for me, I don't see any shame in taking the time to... Damn it.
No mames, ya se llevaron a uno.
I'd sure like it if I could see... There we go.
No, no, no mames. No, no te mueras. No te mueras, carnal. No.
Oh, damn.
Qué buen chingada.
Okay, that's Gustavo, so... Ah! I got caught on the pool table. But yeah, so like, talking about junior roles, like, I absolutely mean no disrespect to that at all. I obviously, it implies a lower set of standards, and I think that is completely reasonable and appropriate. But like, again, there's a, like I don't think junior dev should be used as a pejorative, let's say. I mean, unless you happen to think learning is a thing to be ashamed of. And at that point, I think probably we have bigger problems. I thought I could have...
Who's there?
Fury! Carnage! Through! Follow your instincts!
Getting me? You're in for a treat. Try ours today.
Ah. Yeah, again, like, I think there's the problem that I have is more people at a certain skill level who are doing things to avoid becoming better at the tools. I actually can remember really distinctly at work. So just to give you an idea of what an exciting guy I am. It was basically an argument over the central limit theorem, which I am not going to bother going into because I've already been tedious and endless on my digressions. But it's really important if you do statistics. It's like the thing that makes most of your inferences work, most of the inferences when you're reading about studies, a lot of them are relying on the central limit theorem. And I presented results which should have been utterly uncontroversial. And this isn't like an extracurricular thing. So I was just on this... Everybody was basically on this project to get like a gold star from management. And unfortunately, somebody in the project and somebody in a position of decision-making authority took the view that there were varying degrees of gold star, and that someone getting a higher level of gold star implied somebody would get a lower level of gold star. And this took the form of the fact that they did not understand the thing that I was doing, and therefore it would make them look less smart by comparison. And this particularly took the form of basically saying that they didn't believe the results. Now again, I'm coming into this presentation with the feeling that what I'm presenting is completely uncontroversial because it relies on the sort of thing that you can't graduate without knowing from any, I would assume, from any university. So I'm like, I'll be honest, there is a side of me, when I first get that, my internal reaction is, I shouldn't have to explain this to you. Then I take a second and say, if I am so damn smart, then I should be able to explain this basic concept to this other person. We all have our own levels of understanding, and I certainly don't remember everything that I learned in school anyway. So I explain the central limit theorem. I am try to be generous in terms of the saying. It's like, you know, I know you graduated from a good program. You may, you know, but it's been a while. This is kind of this is this thing, and this is why you're allowed to say, you know, with a certain size of data set, here's sort of these expectations. It's basically the thing that we rely on for a lot of the work that we do here. They still don't buy it. So then I take them through the actual central limit theory, like the full math of it. Well, you know, the thing is like, if you can't present, you know, we need to be confident in these results. And I'm just thinking to myself, I was like, if you have ever presented statistically significant results, you've almost certainly relied on this theory. Like, this shouldn't even be a question at this point. But again, it's not about the truth of it. It's about whether or not, you know, I look good in the presentation relative to them. So that sort of stuff pisses me off. And it pisses me off because it implies that there's a finite amount of knowledge in the world, and that you not having or somebody else having the knowledge means that you can't have it. And that's totally the wrong way to think about it. Knowledge is a public good. It's it is non-rival, right? If I share something that is interesting or it makes you smarter, it doesn't fly out of my head and go into yours. We all get a bit smarter together. Although if I'm talking, normally it's the opposite process. But again, if you have this very zero-sum thought that you tend to get when you're working in workplaces, that's not how you deal with information. It's generally you let your insecurities about not knowing something come to the fore, and that you see that as a threat to your advancement. And, you know, again, it's... none of this has really anything to do with the technologies being discussed, right? Like the ability to do a regression on a computer versus having to do one by hand, or being able to use a large language model to summarize a very large body of text, you know, to find the papers that are most relevant to the thing you're doing or whatever. Like, a lot of this is more about the attitudes that people bring to the workplace rather than, or like whatever they're doing, because obviously it doesn't just have to be work. It could be like casual projects as well. But yeah, just like the attitude counts for so much. And it's such a shame that a lot of the time, you know, people who would otherwise be really well suited for these sorts of things or would be able to enhance their life. Like, could you imagine learning with the assistance of a large language model rather than a substitute? Like, that's got to be really helpful. Like, you know, being able to do, like, think of all those times in classes where you've had to do a role play example and somebody's heart isn't into it. Like, imagine doing that with a large language model that's willing to do an infinite number of repetitions with you. Wouldn't that be more educational? It's certainly more than somebody who's not enthused about it, right? But man, just using it, like, using a large language model to give you the answers in the back of the text, like to the odd numbered exam question or like exercise questions that aren't published in the back of the textbook. What a completely useless way of using a really cool technology. Anyways. Cyberware controversy in football. Never before in a single night has a crowd snapped so abruptly and so frequently between euphoric cheers and deafening silences. The most recent match between the NC Corsairs and the San Diego Shredders ended in an overwhelming victory for Night City, but it was another team that stole the spotlight. Trauma team paramedics airlifted out a record 7 players during the game due to potentially life-threatening injuries. 3 still remain in stable but critical condition. The game's unusual spike in injuries was the result of a months-long feud between the two franchises that had hit a boiling point. Shredder's head coach, Darnell Irving, had repeatedly accused the Corsairs of breaking league rules by allowing players to equip military-grade cyberware. Corsairs organization representatives have refuted the allegations, claiming the rules contain no such clear-cut cyberware guidelines. Night City's head coach even went so far as to say that San Diego would be wise to make the same upgrade instead of crying like babies whenever they get their asses kicked. What he doesn't mention, however, is that the NC Corsairs have a sponsorship deal with NightCorp, granting them exclusive rights to equipment designed in NightCorp's top-secret football science lab, Salt in the Wound. Of course, unpersuaded, the San Diego faithful have argued to the league that the use of military-grade technology is damaging to the game's integrity and future. Football analysts and commentators, on the other hand, have dismissed the controversy, saying that the arms race mentality has always been pervasive in sports. Excuse me. Their case in point, the 2064 Night City Marathon. In a record-setting and uncontested victory, Austrian runner Dominik Bohm blazed past favorites from Czechoslovakia and France because of Vienna's close partnership with Zeta Tech. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Excuse me. Manolette to Gustavo Ortega. Gotta admit, we didn't expect much from your ride, but we breathed new life into her somehow. Looked like you dragged it back from the front lines of a war zone, amigo. Anyway, we replaced the radiators, doctored the bodywork, and put in bulletproof glass for rear windows like you asked. She's ready for pickup in 2 days. Okay. I guess an E9BD maybe? Or 7AE9. Yeah. Nope. I screwed that one up. I don't think I can make this now. Yes, I can. Order ASAP. We need more candy on the test streets and the warehouse for some back supply. Vista might start to dry up, and we'll need the scratch. Fuck knows what's gonna happen next. Gustavo's in morning after. What those 6S assholes did to his woman might finally see the end of Het war. I wonder if that's like the only trick that the writer has in terms of putting personality in, or if there's something about the Valentinos that causes them to type the wrong. I'm assuming it's not like just one trick for. We've definitely read Your God, Your Kuroshi a few times, so I'm gonna skip that, but. I'm assuming it's not just like, you know, the one trick they always keep using. It is amusing, but I'm assuming there's something about the Valentinos that's supposed to be communicated by the same mistake frequently. Oops. doesn't get me a BD. This does. But then I can't get the 1C. This doesn't get me the BD. So the only one that gets me the BD is here. Oh, but if I go on this one, this does get me... Okay. So then we could try the E9 double 55s. Yeah. If I had one more space, I could have got the 1C, but I don't, so...
Mierda! Switch into Ludias mode! Ah! Hurts like hell! Santa Muerte's chosen me!
The ricochet is cool. It's like it's a little hard to navigate, but archive conversation, Jose and Gustavo. Gustavo, heard what happened. You're in our prayers, amigo. We're holding a mass for Marta to ask the good Lord for a quick recovery. Prayers? Thanks. I don't know what else you need, but me and the boys are here for you anytime. One call, and we're there. Archive conversation, Gustavo and Carubo. There's a problem. You heard what happened? Those Penteos from 6th. What about them? You must find them and thank them for me. I pay well. Why ask me? Can't I drag my people into this? And I hear you used to have a talent for giving thanks. Not wrong, am I? No, it's true. Used to is right. Testing the waters? Fine. I'll double the pay. Double of 0 is still 0. Looking to start a private war with 6th Street? You asked the wrong man. It's on M. Cereza, it's quick work. The hospital, you know which. I need 24-hour surveillance, and I need it now, in case some fucker from 6th Street tries to get in M's room. One of the nurses is my cuz Jose. He'll take you through the kitchen, and that's probably secured tight, but that part's up to you. Senor Chair Jock Gustavo. Should have tried my new gun. All right, settle down, my friend. It is quite late here, so I'm probably going to need to think about wrapping it up, but I want to try, I don't know. I've got enough coffee to keep me going. I just want to try and have some sense of responsibility.
Those who exact justice do so on behalf of our Lord. You've done well, V. I know this isn't always easy. And that's why I applaud your decision today. Contract closed.
So I think if I want another vehicle, I'm 77, right? Yeah. Also, should see if I have any upgrades. Nope. So hang on to a pistol just in case. The revolver actually wasn't quite the disaster I thought it might be. But my bike.
Good day, V. There is a man who must meet justice. This is a personal matter. I'll pay extra. More info attached. I'm counting on you, V.
This is telling. Gun for hire. Karubo Berai. Karubo was mentioned in the previous mission. Dive bar on the corner of Congress and Pigeon Street. There's a time for forgiveness and a time for revenge. There's time for turning the other cheek and a time for crushing your enemies like the roaches they are. In the words of the prophet Jeremiah, cursed is he who keeps their sword from bloodshed. The man you are to eliminate is Karubo Berai. He's an old-timer, but don't let appearances fool you. He used to be a solo. He killed my friends, people who are like brothers and sisters to me. When all hell broke loose in Night City, he fled to the East Coast. Now he's back, probably thinking everyone forgot about him, but not me. Karubo runs a filthy dive that serves as Valentino's hangout. Go there and show him that nobody can avoid the hand of justice. And try not to make a scene, okay? Be professional. No unnecessary attention. Okay, well... The bar has proven too difficult for me. Or I could just come in through the front door. I'm an idiot.
¿Por qué chingados metes las pinches narices donde no te llaman?
Yeah. This does not seem like an easy... The Holy Bible, Old and New Testaments. I like Ecclesiastes. For all this I laid to my heart, even to explore all this, that the righteous and the wise and their works are in the hand of God. Whether it is love or hatred, man doesn't know it. All is before them. All things come alike to all. There is one event to the righteous and to the wicked, to the good, to the clean, to the unclean, to him who sacrifices and to him who doesn't sacrifice. As is the good, so is the sinner. He who takes an oath, as he who fears an oath. This is an evil in all that is done under the sun, and there is one event to all. Yes, also the heart of the sons of men is full of evil, and madness is in their heart while they live, and after they go to the dead. For him who is joined with all the living there is hope, for a living dog is better than a dead lion. For the living know that they will die, but the dead don't know anything. Neither do they that have more reward, for their memory is forgotten. Also their love, their hatred, and their envy has perished long ago. Neither do they any longer have a portion forever in anything that is done under the sun. There will be a quiz on this passage later. Consider yourself warned. Not quite what I wanted to do, but look at this handsome man in a silly hat. This seems like a decent enough place for me to grab. Like if I have to do it, I can grab people and stick them in the room. I guess I'm looking for my target first. Jesus, there's a lot of people in here. That's the guy, huh? Okay, so there is a... Oh, right. I get it now. Yeah, so I need a considerably better technical ability. So the thing about this is I can try and... Like, I can try and get clever with this. Oh, you know what? One down. Alright, there we go. The invisibility was the trick. Transport has been arranged. Outstanding payments. Pascal until Friday. Ramiro paid up. Inez calculate interest. Wenceslao paid up. Naria until Friday. Silvestra calculate interest.
Remember to keep landing zones clear for trauma teams. Trauma team is not liable for crushing or collision.
I already see Karumo in the fiery jaws of hell. I hear his piercing screams. I smell the sinner's burning flesh. In other words, my heart is full of joy. Contract closed. Go with God.
I'm trying to remember the theologian who said this. It might have been St. Augustine, but I remember one of the early Christian answers to the question of, wouldn't you get bored with eternal life in heaven? And I think one of them was, it's like, well, this would not be possible for, you know, a good Christian in heaven. But on the odd chance that the delights of heaven were not sufficient, you know, you're reuniting with the Creator and all that, if those proved insufficient, they'd be able to sort of look over the edge and see the torments of the damned in hell for amusement. Which, I appreciate the honesty, but I'm not entirely sure that's the sort of thing that I would want to promote. The Lord rewards those that do his good work, and you're one of them, V, climbing your way to the top. Just be careful not to fall. New contracts are waiting. All right. Drop you. Oh, that's funny. I should have held on to the submachine gun. That was my bad. And I'll just take a minute here to see if there's any goodies I can sell. Renver, beer for those who demand more. Trailer brew beer, bursting with yeast. Actually, I think Ellen Ripley, you mentioned you liked Mr. In Between. I've been watching it again, as I'm sure is not a surprise. But I got back to the scene where I actually don't remember her name, but where he sees the girlfriend in the grocer's, and there's sort of this wordless acknowledgement between them. I remember the shot of the
B, I need you to steal a certain document, and it's urgent. Find the details attached.
The shot of the abandoned basket is like, I completely forgot what a good little bit of filmmaking that, like, again, the drawback is it's easy to forget this because so much. Actually, so this is like the anti-Netflix, in my view. It's like so much filmmaking now needs to rely on the fact that it's kind of like a second monitor thing, so you might have a show on while you're like doing something else. And this means that good shows are still going to worry about visual storytelling. But very often there's going to be sort of signposts to make sure that people can still follow what's going on if they're not fully focused. And that sort of scene totally doesn't work if you're not focusing on it, because it's a purely visual moment that tells you everything you need to know. And it's why it works as a TV show rather than as anything else. So it's such a little touch, but it's and like it's definitely not the only one in the series, but it keeps reminding me that, like, obviously Scott Ryan is like clearly the star and writer of everything, but like even with that, like there's some really good, like, I guess where I'm trying to go with it is to say that, like, because it is this vehicle for this writer and actor, you could almost imagine it not needing to do those visual moments, and yet the fact that it does just sort of communicates a level of craftsmanship that is above and beyond what you would normally expect from other shows. So I have to confess, I've not actually seen it to the end. I still don't know how it all wraps up, but yeah, really a really well done series. All right, thievery, steal data from a computer. Dicky Twister, corner of Congress and Pajero Street. Details. St. Augustine once wrote, when one has a healthy sense of smell, he will immediately recognize the stench of sin. Well, even anyone with a sinus infection in the city can smell the fuckfests over at Dicky Twister. This gay strip club is full of chicos with glazed dead eyes who will do anything you desire for an extra eddy tucked into their thongs. The stench coming from that place is finally wafted into NCPD command. My little rats tell me they plan to kick down the door any day now. That's bad news. The owner of Dicky Twister, a pimp called Signor Ladrillo, is no gonk and a fanatic for record keeping. He has a computer full of data thanks to spying tech in his VIP rooms. We're talking politicians, suits, crime bosses, celebrities, maybe even the cops themselves. If the boys in blue get their hands on these recordings, Ladrillo's geniusly built House of Cards collapses, leaving the whole district in chaos. And chaos isn't in our best interests at this moment. Clip those recordings at the Dicky Twister before the cops do. Thankfully, the Lord has blessed us. Ladrillo is currently out of town, but better make haste, for ignoring divine assistance is a sin in its own right. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm happy with how successful. Okay, I'm actually really bad with Reddit communities because every show that I really like, I also really like the OK Buddy version. So like OK Buddy Succession, I think is a much more interesting subreddit than the Succession subreddit. But even that, like the OK Buddy Succession is actually really unkind to the showrunner, who I think is a very talented writer. This looks very Clockwork Orange. But yeah, no, like there's definitely more that could have been done with Succession, but I actually really like that they left where they did, because like season 4 definitely had some like big moments that were worthwhile, and I don't know, I think most people agree that it's better for something to, you know, to finish a little early than to, you know, to drag it all, because like I think the big thing is people want to see resolution in certain storylines, and you know, you can try for a cliffhanger and then find out that you actually don't have the time that you thought you did. Or, you know, you can maybe disappoint people in the minor way in saying that, yeah, you know what, there could have been some other stories that we told. But we decided to end it, and everybody was like, man, that was a really good series. I wish it kept around. There's definitely a lot of shows people can think of where it's like, yeah, it went on too long, didn't even bother seeing the last season. At which point, it may as well have been a show that was canceled too early, because, you know, you're still not getting the resolution, you didn't bother to see the finale. I think Billions is getting ready to wrap up, but to be honest, like, I know people are kind of unhappy with the latest season, and it's, like, I think it's a good show still, but there's definitely been some hit and miss stuff with me. It is a bit of a shame, though, if this is the last season. Like, I feel like the Corey Stoll character probably had some time to develop, or could have had some time to develop, but I don't know. We'll see.
Going somewhere? He's paid to go in.
Except I'm here to fix your sound system. Those built-in subwoofers are shaking down the joint.
You're not on the list.
Hey, if you really want, call your boss and ask. I'm punching the meter now, so just remember, time's Eddie's.
Fine, whatever. In you go.
I'm probably not going to be able to tag everyone, but it's also probably not a bad idea to keep track of the threats. Oh, yeah, it's not as bad as I thought. So it's like it's all limited to the main stage area. It's probably going to be a little bit of a pain to get in here, but the other thing too is I don't actually need to worry about turning I don't really need to worry about turning off a number of the cameras. So
She's twisting my balls now. Hey, yo, you're Oscar Garros. I'm scared. That's all this sitting. happy. What don't you get about that? Look, these are the times.
Should probably do a breach protocol too.
Want to talk? You always find some excuse. Always? Ever? Come on.
So yeah, like I'm assuming if I head back here, there's gonna be trouble. But I might be able to do it quick. Aha! Crap.
Pick your nose. Ugh, don't even get me started on stag night.
Nothing too relevant. Okay, 7AFF1C. And then a 1C7A. Okay, so if I go to the far end here, that doesn't help me, so... Yeah, this one's full of traps. So this one doesn't get me to the 1C. If I try a 1CBD. Well, there's really only one of those, so if I do the 1CBD, then I need to get the 7A, which is only here. And the problem with that is that I don't have an FF to get to after that. So let's try the, 7A FF1C again. We got a 7A FF1C. Now the problem with the 1Cs here is that it's basically all 1Cs. So then we don't have an FF to go to. So this one's kind of a non-starter. This one doesn't have an FF. So we're left to this one. This has got two FFs, so we do 7A FF1C. Sure, it closes the version 3, but same problem as before. So, oh, hang on. So 7A FF1C here. So the obvious step would be a 7A55. So 1C, there's only... Oh, hang on. So 7A FF1C 7A55. There we go. I gotta get out of the habit of not looking up on those. Don't mind me, gents. I'm hoping you weren't just a maintenance worker. Again, one of the rare all threes. So there's a small argument to just grab this guy and chuck him in the bin. I may regret this, but... So that gives me a little bit of an easier exit than than my way in. A what? It's a huge oversight if I didn't. That's gotta be harder to open in from the outside. That's insane if they give me that easy of a way in. Well, then again, if it's well hidden. Okay, so I gotta rely on sound for the cameras here, because there's definitely a lot. There we go. This is gonna get a little... okay. It's obvious there's another guy in this room, so... Alright, this is an easy step. I'll probably do the same for the guy in the hall. Probably unnecessary, but ooh. I gotta get this door open. What's going on? Lena, notice. Hey, what's going on with Steve? He isn't picking up or texting back. I went by his place, door was on the chain. Neighbors say they haven't seen him for days. All I know is he was supposed to go and meet Jotaro. He said that he'd be getting more eddies from him. Told him Jotaro's whacked in the head and be careful, so I heard. Figured you would. Don't know what happened after, but I have my suspicions. Swing by if you want to talk. Okay. Oh god, I've heard this one so many times. Okay, if you really want me to read Sex and Chrome again, just mention it in chat. There's a few which I have read enough times where I'm like, we're gonna give this one a break for a couple of streams. Technicality's not gonna help me here. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's a place to put him, so... Well, no, that wouldn't work. Who among us does not have a money plate? Work, Senor Ladrillo, Jose Luis. Jose, got a job for you. This is serious biz for serious eddies. Not no Mickey Mouse shit. Details in persona. Come by and we'll talk. Make sure you're not followed. Warning from Thomas Norrit. Good day, officer. I believe there has been a slight misunderstanding. One of your boys from the precinct was here, waving around some kind of search warrant. I told him to take a walk, which he did, but I can't help wondering how this happened in the first place. I don't want to point fingers, but one of us is clearly not sticking to the fucking deal. I shouldn't have to remind you about all those tapes we have of you with minors. Consider this your final warning, Ladrilo. To Solo Capon. Solo brother, forgive me, but I have to leave town for a while. It is an urgent family matter, an inheritance to divvy up, a forged will, the usual stuff. I have to go see a cousin from SoCal, grab him by the collar and explain how we do things. You get the idea. Hold the fort while I'm gone. Keep biz flowing. Any problems, call me straight away. So it's just as easy to turn it all off. Okay. Never mind. Oh, come on. Okay, and now we gotta get out of here. So again, the point of taking out that guard... Oh, actually. This makes it easy. I took out that guard so it would be easy to walk out the front door, but... Now I should have taken a look at what the other options were. So 55 BD 55. Yeah. No way. I thought I could move to the left. So that was like the one option that wouldn't have worked. Yeah, well, mistakes happen.
Got the files from the Dinky Twister. I rejoice, and so should you. For the contract has been closed and your compensation is on its way. Amen.
Well, it's a healthy total. Not quite 77. But we are close to our new car. That wasn't me, it was the AI. Run! Alright. So, 2 gigs in the immediate area. Actually, we're almost... Maniac! That was deliberate. But yeah, I'm figuring probably... I'm also sorry, I know I spent so much time talking about Neoplatonism and then I haven't been saying anything about the story, but... So we're 8 of... Okay, so 9, 10, so there's one more after this. Excuse me. Or one of those is a rogue mission and I don't know it yet. That's amazing. That went right through. I want whatever that car is made out of. I do like the rain. It's actually, I can't really remember outside of this playthrough. I don't know, I guess in the start when you run into the friendly Night City police officer, Jackie, sweet talks her into letting you go into the, basically letting you get home. I'm so sorry, I keep checking chat right when I'm about to bang into a car. I guess there's rain at that moment. Maniacs!
Another of God's wayward daughters is long due for judgment. I need someone who can hasten her journey to stand before the Lord. Details attached.
I do like how I do like the way that a lot of Ibarra's lines are written. Like, I do kind of wish I had a bit of a better understanding in terms of why he's called Padre. But yeah, no, like, there's just a particular style that they employ, which I'm into. Bear with me a quick second here. I'm gonna enjoy I have some pancakes, so I'm gonna enjoy a mouthful of pancake and a nice mouthful of coffee, and these things will cancel each other out, and I'll feel very good. Okay, sorry about that. Gun for hire. Target Tucker Albach. Location condo on the corner of Schofield and Sinkyun Street. A girl died a while back in the Glen. Her name was Rosita. I knew her. 17 years old, picture-perfect smile. Got hit by a car while she was crossing the road. I saw the CCTV. Almost tore her legs off clean. If she'd gotten to the emergency room sooner, she might have lived. Who knows? But it was the middle of the night. Empty street. Driver fled the scene. Soon enough, the NCPD found our culprit. Lady's name Tucker Albach, vice managing director or something at Kuroshi. Her insurance covered vehicular manslaughter so far as the NCPD is concerned. She's off the hook. Only punishment she got is her insurance premium. Her insurance raising her premium. Hardly a slap on the wrist. Over my dead body. This isn't what justice is supposed to look like. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, hand for a hand, wound for a wound. Rosita wants Tucker gone, and you're gonna pull the trigger. Is a Padre thing not because he's a pastor? No, I'm assuming he is in fact a real pastor who has since become a fixer. But like I do kind of wish I had a better understanding in terms of exactly what his deal is, because he is an old character. If you do the Street Kid start, he is like one of the first people you meet. So we do have a little bit of biography for him. Padre, real name Sebastian Ibarra, formerly a priest in the Valentinos, but after the bloodbath in Montecielo, he converted to a more noble calling, that of a fixer. He started out by lining jobs exclusively for his people from Haywood and the Valentinos. Later, he even shook hands with the likes of 6th Street. Who knows, maybe it's because he softened up in his old age, or maybe it's because all gangs are equal in the eyes of God. Padre does things according to his own code of honor. He doesn't support any particular group or gang. His interests lie in maintaining the delicate balance of power in Night City. So obviously, he has the gold cross, but he definitely doesn't. So, not to profile, but you would assume with the, the Spanish name that you most like, and in fact the title Padre, like you would assume Roman Catholic. But he doesn't have the collar. Now again, so former priest, so it would make sense not to have the collar. You can see the Valentino tattoo here. Although there is something interesting about the idea of the priest being a position inside of the Valentinos, right? It's almost like having a chaplain in the military. But yeah, no, I definitely did not doubt the I definitely didn't doubt the credentials. I guess the thing for me is that I would never have assumed that Padre was just a nickname because of the constant insistence on religious metaphor, and most importantly, like, it's all accurate stuff, right? So, and you would see it actually largely consistent with sort of a Roman Catholic view anyway. So like my aunt is Anglican and she's big in Augustine, but St. Augustine, clearly important early church father, and certainly somebody who's going to come up a lot more often in a Catholic context than a Protestant, because, not to overstate, like, obviously there's a huge tradition in terms of Protestantism, in terms of interpretation of Scripture and all of that, but it would be fair to say that, in terms of Catholicism, there is definitely something to be said for authorities. So, Aquinas and Summa Theologica, like, obviously that's going to be, the Bible's always going to be number one, but there's certainly going to be a number of, very influential thinkers that are invoked as, authorities, whereas the whole point of Protestantism is a bit more in terms of, individuals reading scripture and sort of gaining the meaning from their own. So I may be unaffiliated religiously, but I am Protestantly unaffiliated religiously. But yeah, so, the references to Augustine are not just flowery, but they would be kind of consistent with the worldview of someone like that. Unless, of course, the role of priest is drastically changed in the cyberpunk setting, but that doesn't seem to be where they're going with it. So, yeah, it definitely wasn't a question of authenticity on my side, but I was a little curious. Like, the thing for me is, formerly a priest in the Valentinos, like, why a priest in the Valentinos? Why not a member of the Valentino? Or, why not a priest in other contexts? Like, this is definitely the one that I'm most curious about. But, as we've learned with the John Wick shows, right? Like, I don't know if this is a consensus view, but you barely remember anything from the game. Oh, well, that's fine, because it's all new again when you get to play it or watch it. But I don't know if this is a consensus view or not, but like, as much as I enjoy the John Wick series, I do feel the earlier movies were better. I haven't seen the fourth one yet, and it's one of the biggest factors of it is that when each subsequent film has shown more of sort of the world of the Continental and, and everything else aside. And like, yes, it's cool to see sort of like this hybrid, like, pin-up but with lots of tattoo outfits. Like, okay, that's really cool. It's, they've got, old, very advanced tech combined with very old tech, and that's sort of interesting in this mysterious secret world of, high-level assassins and all of that. But the thing is that all of the stuff that they have shown has never been as interesting as all of the implied deep relationships and sort of mysteries in the first movie. In fact, I would argue the more that they show of the secret world, the less interesting it becomes. So, first movie I'm like, oh man, this is really interesting stuff. Second movie I'm like, it's kind of neat to see a little bit more of this, but I'm a little disappointed that this is all there is. Third movie I'm like, you know what? This used to be a lot more... I seem to remember this being a lot more interesting. And I'm worried that the fourth movie is going to be a further descent. And again, I say that with the base understanding that I still think they are quite good movies, and I would be lucky to watch more like John Wick. Are you kidding me? He's only got a wrench. I can... Oh, maybe he'll just take me out. Not the worst fate. Yeah, one of them had a gun. I didn't even see that guy there. I should probably just play... Like, I should probably just stop assuming that I've got to reload, and I should probably just go with the flow whenever I get caught, but I always feel like a bit of a goof whenever I do... Oh, here's a question for you. Did you guys know that goof is a really severe insult in Canadian crime? Like, we're talking people have been killed over that insult?
Huh. Commencing patrol.
It's kind of like calling someone champ. I thought that was common knowledge, but that may just be common knowledge because I'm from Vancouver.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Yes, sir. But paint return? What do I do without paint markers?
Okay. So I get my choice of 7 A's. These are effectively equivalent. Okay, so this one's eliminated. 7A, F, FF1C. And that gets me to an FF. I was trying to see if I could get all 3, but no luck. Grab him. Yoink. This is kind of excessive. Saves me the trouble if I have to run out. Okay, no 1C to start off with, so if I do 2 double Fs, 2 7As, what do I get then? Okay, FF, but then I can't get a 7A out of that. Yeah, so those FFs are traps, so 55, 7A. That'll get me an E9 that then goes up to a 1C. Okay, let's try it. This is the only 7A. I only have one E9. And the question is, I've got 2 1Cs that I can go with, but only one leads to a 55. So one here can lead to a 1C, then a 55. Okay, that's sufficient. It's late, so I want to take some time and actually make sure that I'm, you know what? Well, I can distract.
Suspicious activity.
My TV's not working. Call for backup. But yeah, when I'm getting at the like silly hour for not really sleeping a whole lot, I do want to take a minute to just sort of vocalize my steps. I suppose it's probably not that bad streaming wise, but it's mostly just to make sure I don't do something outlandish, because I certainly have the tendency to do that at a certain level of sleepiness. I wonder if it's possible to be more or less stealthy based on whether or not you have a weapon drawn. I don't think there's any... Oh, yeah. Schedule: 9 a.m. perimeter check, 9:30 scan rooms for listening devices, etc. 10 a.m. briefing on subnet audit, 11 check car and scan for listening devices, etc. 12 p.m. alarm system test, 1 p.m. break, 2 p.m. perimeter check, 3 p.m. watch cam feeds from yesterday, 5 p.m. technical perimeter check, hydraulic systems wiring mainframe, 6 p.m. break, 8 p.m. patrol, 4 a.m. break. The important thing, 3 p.m. You watch cam feeds from yesterday with a scotch, trying to see if someone stole a piece of cutlery, and you find out Cousin Greg accidentally made you a sex tape. For those of you that don't know that show, shame on you. You haven't watched it? Oh my god, you haven't lived. And can I translate that into something? Yes. Delay. Wayne Linsky, Tucker Albach. Dear Miss Albach, I regret to inform you that we will not be able to complete the cabinets you ordered on schedule. Our varnisher was shot yesterday and is in the hospital. It'll take at least a week for him to return to work. I hope this does not inconvenience you greatly. Once again, my sincerest apologies. Wayne Malinsky. Actually, it is a pretty big inconvenience. According to our contract, Article 5, Paragraph 6, Subsection 3, I have the right to charge you a penalty for each day of delay, and don't think I won't act on it. That sob story about your varnisher doesn't work on me. Hire another one. I don't care. Jacob Land. Tucker, you're going to see a letter from HR tomorrow with a smorgasbord of masturbatory corpo speak. You know me, I don't go in for all that bullshit, so I'll just lay it on you straight. I'm kicking you off the board. You'll be demoted to expert manager, you'll lose access to your security plan, trauma team, platinum, company apartment, and so on and so forth. If this sounds like punishment, good. That's the idea. Maybe you'll learn something. This isn't about that girl, obviously. Fuck her. It's because you were a fucking gonk, driving alone drunk with important documents in the truck. This could have ended very badly for the company. Very badly. I should fire you. Fuck it, make you disappear even. I mean, if I don't know better, I'd say you had a death wish, but I've decided to give you a second chance. Get your shit together and don't make me regret this. Jacob Land, CEO, Kiroshi Optics. Hunter McPherson. Hey Tucker, just wanted to thank you. Because of your little fuck up, you're looking at the board's newest director. Funny how things work out, huh? 8 years, you fucked with me, sabotaged me, made me eat shit. And now you give me a promotion on a silver platter. I can't thank you enough. Really. I'll raise a glass to you at the board's next session. Police notified. Stefan Hirsch. I passed your letter on to the police. I hope they teach you a lesson. Stefan Hirsch, assistance, offer of Tucker Albach. Insurance coverage from Asif Mohammadi. Dear Ms. Albach, or Mrs. Albach, regarding your question, no, in the event of an attack on your property, no additional reinforcements will be dispatched. Your insurance, unfortunately, does not cover immediate response services, which are exclusively limited to members of the board. If you would like to discuss upgrading your security plan, please don't hesitate to get in touch. Best regards, Asif Mohammadi, Asirco Limited. You know, a few nice little entries to make me hate this person I'm about to kill. Oh my god, underwear! No need to stand on ceremony, we'll just reset him. I guess I didn't need to use the full reset. I could have, yeah, that distract probably would have worked.
What the? Ah, an uninvited guest. I
I don't know who you are, but I know you're making a very, very big mistake.
You fucked up. Bad. Girl was poor, so you figured even the junkie on the corner wouldn't give two shits.
Slow down! What do you mean? What girl?
The one whose blood was all over your limo.
Oh, that! Whew! I thought one of my competitors sent you. Look, this is all some gonk misunderstanding. I'm insured for accidents. Compensation's already been paid out. Case closed. And as for this job of yours, I'm sure we can come to some kind of professional understanding.
30 seconds, change my mind.
Someone paid you to take me out, right? Her mom, dad, fiance, whoever. I don't know how much they promised you, but I'm certain my safe has more. A lot more. You let me go, everything in there is yours. And I'll transfer somewhere else in the city. Nobody, your fixer included, will have to know. It's a win-win.
Only place you're going is to the morgue.
The fire was a bit excessive, but... Oh wow, there's really no way to open that. Interesting. Well, choices have consequences. And these are all the same. Wait, there's stuff I can pick up? Archive conversation. My name is Barlin Fusino. If you don't know me, people like you and me don't often cross paths. You work on the top floor of a skyscraper while I pick trash off the curb 100 floors down. But for those rare exceptions where we do it, it usually ends in tragedy. 2 weeks ago, you hit a young woman with your car. The hour was late, it was dark, no one saw a thing. If you had stopped and called for an ambulance, she might still be alive, but I guess you had an important meeting over cocktails to get to. That girl bled out on the sidewalk. Her name was Rosita, and she was my daughter. You made me bury her. Ever since she was born, I set aside every spare penny so I could for her education. But that money won't go to waste. It's all going to a good cause, a hired killer who's going to blow a hole through your arrogant brain. I thought I saw another shard. Roger and Tucker. Hey, heard what happened. Really fucking sorry. Worst move ever, but I know you'll bounce back and show them what you're made of. Appreciate the support. No problem. Don't give up, girl. I'm not planning on it. That's the spirit. Oh, hey. That just bought me my car. Okay. So 0.6 is the best. Now it's just a question of the extended range. I think this is the best one. Nope. This one. That's kind of a non-negotiable at this point. Okay. So I'll hang on to the assault rifle. Or a assault rifle. Finally. Now I can look like a clown in other ways. Look. Do you know how much confidence you need to wear one of those? Oh, actually, here's a question. How many of you have seen the trailer for Tactical Breach Wizards? And if this is the first you're hearing of the game, I bet you never knew how much you wanted to play a game called Tactical Breach Wizards.
And the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he went down to Ashkelon and slew 30 men. Plus Tucker Albach.
You think that's Samson?
Well played, V. Bloody but efficient. Closing the contract.
I actually want to see if that's... Yeah. Okay. So I do want to get a new car, but I figure we can do a gig first. And then I'll make a decision about when I finish, because I got a lot to do tomorrow. I do want to do a reasonably good show, and I do enjoy Cyberpunk, so it's not a hardship to go a little longer. I wonder if I can do this quick. The hardest ones are the ones with sort of erratic movement, but they're also the ones with the most natural movement, so it's kind of a trade-off, right? You want the realism in a game like this, but it does make it difficult to do some of the stealth. Alright, not so good for me, but... Oh. Are you kidding me?
Esa pinche cabeza que tienes, te la voy a arrancar.
I'm pretty sure I'm dead. Yeah. That's way too short for me to be able to hold on to that guy. So it may count the time that I'm in the quick hack against me, so if that's true, I can't do stuff like that in the future. Basically, it's the same approach again, but just try to be a little faster.
las espaldas. Nos están
¡Ya lo tenemos!
I always do feel a little bad, like shooting into the sort of the street area like this. 'Cause that's obviously super dangerous for anybody on this street. Fortunately, it's a video game. Nobody actually gets hurt. Choom's name is Jude Knight, right? Yep. And what are we supposed to do with him? Beat him up? Nope. I'd like a more permanent solution. Got it. Fucker wants to steal my role. My role. Okay, don't worry about it, Tim. His career's over. Huh, wouldn't call that talentless hack had a career. Jude Knight is an overrated, honey-baked ham of an actor. Ooh, okay, one more question. Or sorry, okay, Tim, just one more question. Yeah, would you sign my Bushido X poster? Sure, no problem. Bushido 10. No problem. Thanks, Choom. My kid loves you. We'll give you a discount on that Knight guy. Nah, I don't need a discount. I got the Eddies. Whatever you say, Choom. E955 ones, yeah.
Que las apariencias no te engañen. La policía de Night City recomienda evitar a los malditos que se hacen pasar por veteranos.
Some nomads tried to run some biz in my district. So the Tinos taught them a lesson. A painful one. The nomads came to me. Better late than never. You'll help them straighten things out. Spec attached.
Search and recover. Retrieve the Militech car purchased by the Nomads. Garage on Russell Street. Details. A group of Nomads decided to run some side biz in Night City and bought a stolen Militech SUV from the Valentinos. This happened on my turf, but unfortunately they forgot to ask me for help because they didn't want to cut in a fixer. The Valentinos took the Eddies, slammed their heads against the pavement, and told them to fuck off. The Nomads just want to get what they paid for, the right way this time, through a fixer. Their rep Dakota called me, and I promised her I would help. The SUV ended up in Valentino's garage in Wellsprings. You need to get it back. Getting back at the Valentinos isn't part of the gig. You let me handle it. I think the first step here is to check out the cameras and disable what I can. 255s. I'm still in that habit of always looking down instead of up, but it mostly works. It looks like there's a few of these. Slightly nervous about the idea of having to try and take out all of these people to get the car out, but obviously the first step is to disable as many security cameras as I can. Tags. It's going to be inconvenient on the inside, but alright. I have a rough idea.
Vote for Allen for mayor of Night City. Born and bred in Haywood. Champion of every Night citizen.
Nen, para bien las orejas. ¿Me consigues esa madre hoy o mañana te las ves conmigo? Así mero. Vientos huracanados.
Where there's smoke.
Finishing today or what?
Suppose so.
When I go.
Hey, I could even get the BD1C BD. Oh, but I didn't check to see if I could get the other 1C. Oh, come on.
Time to fuck shit up!
Okay, somebody sees me.
Get him from behind! Lost my breath there!
Better stay under that rock, cabron.
Ah, fuck. Another choke down!
Only mildly scratched.
Yo, it's me.
Why do you need the rig?
Fucking love that Corpo Chic.
Wait, seriously?
Who guards the border?
Oh, Militech.
Now connect the dots.
What the hell are you thinking? A Solo making an exchange with the Valentinos?
I wasn't alone.
Well, what happened?
The motherfucker set a trap. That's what happened. Fucking Tinos.
And this surprises you?
Man, whatever. I'm out of here. Worst trip to the city ever.
Alright, I don't know if there was a stealth bonus, but they're not claiming it either way.
Sublime work, V. I knew I could count on you. The Nomads are grateful for your help. Contract closed.
So presumably we're going to get another text from Padre with at least one more quest? Oh, unless it's the you've done everything and my last side quest for you is my, like, special item. Yeah, so we're at 10 of 11, so I'm pretty sure at this point he'll say either good work. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the 11th is the I'm gonna give you something special. Alright. Nope. Know this, V. I don't take good work for granted. You're more than worthy for the top-tier contracts I'll be giving you. Just remember that you won't be going any higher, which means mistakes are not permitted. This is it, V. Do not disappoint me. Okay, I think I have at least one more in me, but I am going to get a new car. Oh, sacre bleu! Okay. I feel like I should have kept at least one of the pistols. Anyways, too late for that now. I mean, I've got the smart pistol, but that's not exciting. I look like such a clown. Maniac!
What's shaking, Night City? Your man Stan here.
The king is dead. Long live the king. Following the tragic death of Saburo Arasaka, his son, Yorinobu Arasaka, has assumed the reins as CEO. Yes, that very same Yorinobu who once abandoned his silver spoon to join the Japanese street gang, even dabble in a little domestic terrorism. I dare you to name a better candidate for the world's gun runner-in-chief.
I do like hearing little news bits in between. I mean, music's good too, but I try to shut up whenever there's news just so I can learn a little bit more about the world. It does seem to be that they unlock different lines as you progress through the story. It is kind of tempting to stop by some of the Night City police stops, but we've got some distance before we can get my new ride. So I figure I have a little less time to do side quests. Yeah, I figure if we can wrap up Padre's missions, I think that just means there's one more contact and then Rogue's side quests. Still have enough for some good cyberware too. Hey, samurai. All right. I don't think that's the one. There we go. So this is the song "Never Fade Away" that I'd referred to a couple times before. I don't really think the opening's the strongest part, but it's still catchy. I still love how some of the colored fluorescence reflects off of the roof. Like I realize RTX is one of these things that feels like, you know, maybe we have more processing power than we really need, and we're being cursed with trivia that you know, puts a heavy demand on our machines. But it really does. Like, I also remember playing Battlefield 5 and just seeing the reflections of people in mirrors, and like just the little extra level of authenticity that really caught my eye. I don't know, it's just something about it that really helps immerse you. So I'm such a sucker for like high production values. But
Listen up. This one comes to me from a listener who raises a great question, and he suggests an answer. How does the Arasaka family live so long? What about the Casings, or half a dozen other high-profile corporal families that are
Mom, can we go to Mac and Cheese's? But the food at home is gross. Can we go get Maxwell's Rehab? Brain dance. Please.
I need you to grab some goods. Rare ones, scandium rods. Fell into the hands of a junkie who's got no clue what they're worth. I couldn't bear to see them go to waste. Read the attachment and get to work.
Thievery, Scandium Rogs, Mega Building H1, Congress Street. Details. This isn't your run-of-the-mill gig. Client this time is me. You know the H1 Mega Building in the Glen? City within a city, crumbling tower of concrete and faulty wiring? That it hasn't already collapsed is thanks to a guy named El Gallo. Brilliant techie he was, past tense. It's the same old story. El Gallo's got a drug problem, a big one. He's completely lost touch with reality. Goes from one score of sin coke to another. Needless to say, he's in no state of repair for any creaky doors. But for some reason, he got it into his head that everything will be better if he could just get his hands on some scandium rods, so he stole them from a corpo warehouse. These rods are rare parts, rare and very expensive. I wouldn't want to see them go to waste. Go to H1, access code's already taken care of, and get them from El Gallo before the junkie pawns them. I don't care how you do it, so long as it gets done.
Wouldn't go in there if I were you. Gallo, he's lost it up there, you know?
Okay, triple 1C is not too hard to do, but I need to find an E9 on the other side. Okay, so something like 1, 2, 3. Nope, that doesn't work. Let's see, E9. 1C. Okay. Sun's starting to come up.
Fuck you all.
Heard you have scandium rods. My client needs them.
Oh yeah? What about me? I don't need them? This whole goddamn building's going to shit. All of it. Pipes, power. Every other day the elevator jams. That motherfucking elevator. How the fuck am I supposed to fix it if I ain't got no rods, eh? Your client even consider that? The fuck he say to you?
This elevator, is it wired or pumped?
What? Well, motor's electric with a speed reducer.
Sounds like a non-conductive hitch. Insulation in the cables must have worn out and short-circuited. Open and shut case.
The fuck? You from maintenance or something?
Nope. Third party sent me. He really wants those rods, Gaio. And here's the thing. You'll manage without him.
Over there, take him. And then fuck off! It's about to explode.
Sorry, I skipped the little bit there. Again, it's the drawback of having the same button for stealth as skip. I'm not crazy about that choice. But I mean, it is what it is, right? I have the option of remapping it. I just really don't like messing with defaults. I'd normally hold down control for crouching, but the thing is that because R is the silent takedown, I have a hotkey. So like when I do recording for a stream, Control R is my record button, and then Control Shift R is my stop recording button. So you can imagine if I'm holding down Control, and if R is the silent takedown button, then I wind up generating a lot of recorded videos.
I have the rods, which makes me a happy man. And that is rare, V. Rarer than the rain on the Egyptian desert over which Moses wandered. But I digress. The contract is closed. Payment on its way.
Let's see if there's a couple things I can sell. Again, any booze is out. Some things should never change. Abydos Classic. I'm actually trying to figure out which Abydos it's referring to, because I think there are multiple, like, different countries, civilizations, empires, whatever you want to refer to it. So I think there's a Greek, an Egyptian, and I think there's a third one. It can't be Phoenician. Let's see. I'm assuming it's Egypt based on the based on sort of the images, but oh, come on. Any DOS, seriously? So, Abydos, Hellespont, an ancient city in Mysia, Asia Minor. Abydos Stargate, name of a fictional planet in the Stargate science fiction epic universe. Abydos, Egypt. Abydos Station, pastoral, lease, and cattle station in Western Australia. I did not realize that it was in Australia. But yeah, okay, so there's... it's not even really Greek. Asia Minor. So I say Greek because, you know, ancient world, but I think it's actually in Turkey now. Excuse me. It's like half of the quote-unquote ancient Greek stuff I'm into is actually from either Turkey or Italy, based on current geography. If thou wouldst get a friend, prove him first, and be not hasty to credit him. You were tested many times and did not breach my trust, B. Not only that, but you managed to complete all of my contracts and helped Haywood in the process, which is why Haywood will now help you. There is something I want you to have. It is waiting for you in your stash. Take care, B. Initiative, manage that job. God bless this mess. Alright. First of all, I want my vehicle. So here I'll get the reward, and then I'll maybe take a quick look at where we're at, and probably wrap it up there. But if there's something quick that I can do, I'm not above doing a side thing. Hungry for more work? Good. Got some fresh contracts you won't be able to resist. So I'm assuming these will be in Haywood? Yep.
Jordan with N54 News, and this is your World News Update. This year's Federalist Party National Convention, NUS President Rosalind Myers announced her intent to run for another term. Her campaign slogan, "Our Return to Unity," sends a clear message of the president's desire to, quote, strive for unification on every possible front. According to an N54 News poll, approximately 78% of Night City residents would likely seek to join the union. Time will tell if the hopes of these many people.
Oh God.
Press conference earlier today, scientists from Huron University demonstrated the extraordinary capability of a next-gen 3D printer named Artifacts. Artifacts is capable of interpreting the user's brain activity to then produce the object they have visualized in their mind. The printer, which has been engineered in cooperation with Swiss giant Moore Technologies, is expected to be commercially available as early as next year. Australia
TV time. Although apparently I don't get to see, I don't get to hear the advertising. Yeah, so the question I asked earlier about people who are into cyberpunk stories, some of the political elements of this in terms of the election going on reminds me a bit. It's actually mostly just kind of, actually just really the shape of the characters, but there's a, I think some people call it like post-cyberpunk, but it's a comic series by, I think Warren Ellis is the writer. Anyways, it's called Transmetropolitan. It centers around this journalist who's in this rather, I don't know. I think it's a city. It'd be like Night City. It's kind of like the city of 1,000 cyberpunk tales, and it sort of involves. It's kind of like, I don't know, Hunter S. Thompson by way of like Snow Crash and you know the Cyberpunk, the tabletop RPG. Definitely some good things going on in it, and one of the larger factors definitely is a competition between the current, like the incumbent known as the Beast, and a rival known as the Smiler, and sort of the shift in attitudes towards those two characters. But I will confess, I don't know a ton about comics. Again, it's one of these things, it's a little bit like anime. Like, what I've seen, I've always enjoyed very much. But I could hardly call myself any kind of an expert. And so I do also have fairly basic tastes when it comes to these things. Still, I'm happy to have the tastes I do have. Okay, I think I'm going to get myself... Well, no, I don't need to get one of everything. Do I not have my shotgun in my inventory anymore? What's wrong with me? I think that's the item that Mr. Ibarra left for me. Okay, can't leave Johnny's pants. Apparently I can't draw a weapon in my own apartment. Okay. So this actually does less, so we'll pick this one up. We'll shard this one when we can. Yeah, most of these just aren't doing the damage I need now. That's unexpected. I have a feeling that's not going to turn out to be true when I check it out. My bad. Now I look even more ridiculous. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good about where we are, so let's just take a quick review of the map and see what we have left to do. So I've been avoiding the main quest. Part of this is just there's a developer who occasionally stops by, big fan of the Cyberpunk games, and effectively they just said that if you... Hey, Woben! I love how everyone's aesthetic in this game is sexy tramp. Yeah, my general rule for this sort of thing is that like there's obviously the option to pick outfits, and I have an outfit that makes this character look like just mwah. But I really don't want to do that. Like, I sort of feel like there should be consequences for costume choices. So if I want to go for maximum stats, then that means that I wind up looking ridiculous. Now, I'll make exceptions. When I think the costume matters, I'll maybe make an exception. But yeah, for the most part, I sort of feel, I don't know, it's like most things, right? You make a choice, you live with the consequences. Don't take it both ways. One small disappointment I do have with the game, and again, it's clear that this game had some issues that it needed to resolve, and I'm not gonna begrudge the developer's choice to, prioritize the most important parts. But I do seem to remember some development documentaries that talked about like the cool stat. So cool does exist in Cyberpunk in the form of this it's basically like a resistance measure. So, I mean, it describes it here. Cool determines your resilience, composure, and effectiveness in operating from stealth. Each level of cool will increase crit damage by 2, increase all resistances by 1, stealth damage by 10%, reduce the speed at which enemies detect you by 0.5%, and increase enemy grapple duration by 1 second. So, yeah, it gives you points. It's nothing really to complain about, right? You work with what you've been given. But I seem to recall there was this original intention of tying the cool stat with the outfit that you were wearing. And it was sort of this way of trying to make the costumes part of character building. And I really liked that idea. And again, I totally see why they probably left it behind. That sounds like something that's rather complicated to put together. I can see why there would be people who don't get on board with it, because it's like, oh, I want to make my character my way, and I want them to look the way that I want. And you know what? That's not even, I'm being kind of mean to that attitude. That's actually not a bad way to play a role-playing game, right? Like, to a certain extent, think about what Rust did. I kind of understand why Rust wanted to tie physical characteristics to Steam IDs. So I don't exactly recommend Rust, but if you're not familiar with it, basically, when you play the game, your Steam ID is attached to a set of physical characteristics, they're immutable. So if you, I'm actually a black woman in that game, and that's not because I made that choice in character creation. That's because the game assigned those characteristics to me when they made that change. This was a fairly controversial choice, and I think it was just because there were a bunch of people who didn't want to play women. And to a certain extent, I think it's an interesting idea, and I think Rust is completely the wrong game to do that in. I am not fond of a number of things about Rust. And again, I have absolutely no time for the sort of people who harbor some kind of prejudice, right? Obviously, there's some nasty stuff inside of gaming. People are just not going to want to be a woman, full stop. Some people aren't going to want a certain skin color. I have absolutely no intention of pandering to those kinds of people. And yet, I would say, based on... I'm trying to sort of think in terms of my track record for streaming, and definitely in terms of the way that I play for myself. I don't exactly try to enforce a 50-50 quota, but I've never really had a problem of playing characters that are completely different from me. Because, obviously I'm irresistible in real life, and there's plenty of times that I've played characters who are, who never take any of the romance options. And I'm sorry, but that's just not an option for me. It's sometimes faster to go through the day and, just agree to go out with all of this stream of beautiful women who are constantly throwing themselves at me. But no, all kidding aside, like the part of the fun for me about playing different role-playing games is in fact to play different characters, and that can mean like playing, you know, an orc or an elf. Oddly enough, in fantasy games, I usually like playing a human. But you know, or it can be, you know, in the case of Mass Effect, I think I went for the female shepherd. I think that was on recommendation, actually. So I don't know. In terms of revealed preferences, I'd say that I actually enjoy playing people who are not me quite a bit in these kinds of games. But I do also think that there's something to be said for having the choice. Like, I like the fact that I'm able to make a character that I have a certain intention behind, and I'm not crazy about that having that taken away, even though I sort of appreciate what the developer's trying to do out of it. I think the other thing too, like one thing is I sort of understand that the developer's trying to add sort of a degree of realism to it, but I also sort of think that like Rust can be a very unpleasant game, and I know the point it's trying to make is like, this is humanity without rules. But I think what it's really telling me more about is the sorts of things that the developer has put in an incentive for. And I think that's true for a lot of games where people behave in a really nasty way to each other. In the end, people are sort of responding to the incentives that they've been given. So, you know, it's possible to make, it's possible to make very nightmarish Sims levels, and yet the overwhelming majority of experiences that you see with The Sims are broadly wholesome and interesting. And, you know, like any game with creation mechanics, like there are definitely lots of opportunities to get into trouble, and the most successful games are usually the ones that reward the good behavior and the ones that punish the negative. And that's not true for Rust. And so I think that's kind of where I had the hang up in terms of immutable characteristics for characters. I would feel better about it if it wasn't a game that was so dedicated to making it a very harsh and miserable experience for a certain character. So, it's just another case where I sort of felt that I was part of a developer's social experiment and I wasn't particularly interested in participating. So that's what it came down to. It's obviously a massively successful game, so none of this stuff I can really take as saying that they did something wrong, but they definitely made some choices that just meant that the game wasn't for me. Trying to even think about why I went on that digression, but I am way too tired to to figure that out. So I'm gonna guess that these are rogue missions. We've finished things up with Reyes. I feel like if I'm gonna do more Beat on the Brat, I feel like I need to get some of the. I need to get the big fists, whatever you call them. So I don't know if there is a fixer in Pacifica. Pacifica doesn't seem like the kind of the place that would give you a fixer. I don't know what the side job is, but we also have a couple Cyber Psycho sightings. But I don't know, like, do you know 5 missions? It seems like the city center is kind of the place to go at this point. We've taken care of everything else in the surrounding areas. So wrap up city center, you know, do a couple Cyber Psycho sightings, finish whatever gigs I can find in there. And then we can sort of, like at that point, that's where I wind up like mopping up Pacifica, you know, see what that side job is. Go to some Ripper Dock, see if I can get some top tier gear. And like the big thing out of this is that I will have made all of the money and gotten all of the stats for like the various gigs and so on and so forth. And so at that point I can sort of see it's like, okay, if some of this stuff is still hard, then it's really an indication that I'm only going to be able to do them after I do some main quest stuff. And if it turns out that some of these are a little more straightforward now, then that just means that, you know, I've gotten a bit better at the game or my character's gotten a bit stronger. And if I still don't have the money to buy sort of the remaining vehicles, right now we have got the Guinevere is 155 and the Javelina is 99. So if we just add 100,000, so 255 minus the 1, 254,000 in terms of investment for the vehicles. Almost certainly Dino's gonna try and sell us some more, but that's a separate issue. But yeah, I don't know. I figure probably next time I do Cyberpunk, and I don't know if that's gonna be next Friday or if maybe I'll do some Age of Wonders and then come back to Cyberpunk. Either way, I figure I can at least finish out the city center, see where we are after that. And maybe we make some progress on the main quest. Anyways, thank you everybody for watching. This is basically 2 or 3 streams worth of broadcast in one place. I don't even know who is online, so let me take a quick look here. I definitely have some stuff to catch up on, but I'd love it if I can direct you to someone worth... Oh, hey, Outworld's on. There's actually more of you here than I thought there would be. So I think originally Outworld was doing some retro achievements, but I notice he is currently in classic Mortal Kombat. Either way, he's definitely somebody who I've known on Twitch for a while, and I know he's been looking to grow his YouTube channel. But I mean, I figure you can take a look. You can see if his fighting game style is for you. He's been broadcasting for about 2 hours, so I'm sure he will be on for a while. I definitely need to collapse in a heap and get some sleep. But again, I thank you all for watching. The plan is looking at the upcoming week. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday don't seem to be any holidays. Saturday is Canada Day, but that's a separate story. But yeah, I figure Monday we'll probably be back with some more Old World. I should probably go into the Carthage campaign on that. Wednesday, I'm debating between Phantom Brigade or Godless. You can let me know which one you prefer. And I figure on Friday it'll either be Cyberpunk or Age of Wonders 4. Again, you can always voice support for whatever is most interesting to you. But it will probably not be on until 5 o'clock in the morning again. So, either way, and for the final time, thank you for watching. Please have a good time in Outworlds, and we will see you in the future. Take care.